let's make sure it's a go. Of course. Late and gay. It's the latest, gayest podcast on the internet every week.
Not every week, but a lot of the weeks.
No, we've been on time, before.
There we go.
Alright, we are live. It's all working. Everything looks good. Excellent connection, it says. It'll be interesting to see how many people actually turn up to the live version, because this is the first time we're streaming to the We Watch Anime channel as opposed to the Yig Studio channel.
You should turn Keksi up a little bit.
Okay. You're listening to it right now?
Yeah.
Oh, actually. Keksi, could you say some stuff real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I didn't actually have his audio on, so you were just for the stream. But that's a good thing. All right.
Okay.
How does it sound now?
Okay. Yeah. It sounds good.
Okay. Perfect. Thank God for testing before we say. All right. Yeah. Well, I guess we'll start the show. We watch anime. And this is B with Bird, bringing you the summer anime season with our special guest, Keksi.
What is up, my fellow Chibits? This is my first actual podcast, so hi. Yeah.
Ooh,
first
cool.
podcast ever. This is the We Watch Anime is the podcast Cherry Burster podcast. We bring people on and we tell them it's sink or swim now.
It's a little threatening for someone's first podcast.
Okay,
no, it's fine. Luckily,
me in here.
Even if you completely fail, we'll carry the show. But but I think you'll do great.
Right.
Keksi, you have one of my favorite anime YouTube channels. What's up with your channel? How would you describe it? I'm at a loss for words for how I would explain to someone.
Have you ever heard of Squid
That
Girl?
means a lot. This is the thing, whenever people ask me what I do, if I'm in school or something, they're asking if I have a job, and I have to explain to them what I make. It's fucking impossible, dude. I remember I was trying to explain to this one guy, because this was 2 years ago when I was making the I know you watched it, the Neko arc Ruined My Life video.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to explain to this guy. This is a while back, so I'm explaining to my driving instructor what I'm doing with my life. And I'm okay, so basically there's this cat, and all this shit happens. And I never took another lesson with him. But yeah, it was how would I explain it? I guess just anime. I don't fucking know. It's kind of rough.
Well, so
Yeah.
on one level, you're sort of the reincarnated Demolition D, because
Maybe just a little more insane, but yeah, that
you do the best. When you do stuff that's directly in his style, I think you do it better than anybody else who's ripped him off. Because there's a lot of people who tried after Demolition D disappeared.
Yeah.
Everybody was we got to fill the void. Your channel's the first one I've seen where I'm oh my god, this actually fills the void, and it goes a lot more off the rails a lot more often. You have what I can only describe as epic psychological adventures into the world of
existential horror or something like that. Yeah.
into the world of moe minutia. I guess I'm curious how long have you been deep tier anime psychosis?
I feel so I've had these thoughts in my head for a really long time, right? I feel like I'm in a therapy session right now. I've had these thoughts about these things that I care about, and every time I explain it to somebody else, they just have no idea what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And I think it's really funny when I read my comments on some of these videos, because they think it's a joke, but I genuinely think about this shit constantly. When it comes to one of my videos where I'm talking about how the voices just sound too crisp. A lot of people, they don't recognize that as being a thing, but then once you point it out, they're just why'd you do this to me, right? And I'm gonna bring that up later in this, because Mushoku Tensei does it really, really bad. I'll get into that later.
I'm heavily with you on that subject. I hate when in particular when all the voice actors sound way too close to the mic and breathing.
Yeah.
And it's like, well,
Yeah.
this doesn't sound like I'm in a place. It sounds like I'm listening to a radio drama that happens to have visuals set to it.
Yeah. It's really weird.
Pretty sure
And
Oshinoko
like,
had that problem.
yeah, they definitely. It's like it's not really just like a voice problem. It's just like a sound design thing in general with anime. It can be pretty weird at times. When they do it right, it's really good. But I don't know. Um, but yeah, with it's stuff like that, you know.
Um, I love your videos. I love the content. I'm curious also if you had how much exposure do you have to classic anime, because that's where this new season of We Watch Anime is going in the
Yeah,
direction of.
not a lot actually. Like even when it comes to like 90s anime, I've only seen like the super popular ones. What I've actually watched, it's basically like, because I got into anime when it was like 2015, so a ton of my stuff is like from like the middle 2010s, that
Right.
kind of era. Um, with like anything pre 90s, it's like I basically see nothing. Like this was like the first time I've ever watched anything like directly related to Gundam,
Ah,
other
yes.
stuff like that. So pretty basically nothing here is gonna be like my forte, so it's gonna be interesting seeing what
I've
goes
noticed
on.
like with the audience of the show, because we now have a Discord server. I should mention it's linked on our about page. Um, a lot of people in there already. I haven't counted how many, but
I can count.
it's been a pretty fun time. I was terrified of creating a new Discord, because Discord is a
Discord.
place.
I'm howling at the moon.
Yeah. Uh, so like I was really resistant to doing it for this show until this season, where because we're covering all these classic shows and basically pretending like they're airing right now, I wanted there to be like a world where that's true, where like you could go have a conversation with other people who are watching, because like there's no reason anybody would be watching these shows week by week other than to keep up with this podcast. But like while I'm sure a lot of people are going to watch ahead on like shows they get hype about that they discovered through this, for me, the fact that there are 10 shows to cover means that like I only have time for 10 episodes a week, like, of anime to watch. I couldn't watch ahead on these shows and be able to do it. So
Though with Speed Racer, it's very tempting.
it's tempting with a few of them, and I'm curious to see how many of our audience members who are watching these shows for the first time because of this podcast are going to speed through, and how many are going to like try to do it week by week, and how many will try to keep up with all of the shows. Like, I'm sure some stuff's gonna fall by the wayside for some people depending on your taste, and I tried to pick a pretty good variety of like genre of. Most of them are important or influential at the very least, or very popular, but like a good mix of shows that I have or haven't seen myself that I thought would be interesting for audience members. Speed Racer, of course, I picked because Bird grew up with it, so it'll be interesting to talk about how you perceive this anime that a lot of our audience has not seen, like has never bothered to go back this far.
Oh, it was like the first cartoon I ever saw.
Yeah.
It was great. I love Speed Racer, and watching it as an adult is the jokes hit a lot harder than they did as a 6-year-old.
Yeah. And it's been interesting for me to see how many people like haven't seen the older stuff that are in my audience, because I mean, I also started talking about anime in like the early 2010s, and so I've talked about way more 2010 stuff than older stuff. And a lot of people on YouTube perceive me as like this ultimate anime guru because I've talked about a lot of these classics. But from my perspective, there are people who pretty much only watch old anime. Like there's people like Mercury Falcon, or and these are YouTube channels.
Butthole Weeb, which is
Butthole
also
Weeb
a
is a
YouTube
friend
channel.
of ours. This is Landonime is the YouTube channel, and I'm trying to think. Kaiser Beams, like there's a number of these guys. Kenny Lauderdale is another one. Like all people who pretty much
That's the guy who wrote Danger Zone, right?
no, Kenny Loggins, the funny. Like all these people who talk about pretty much exclusively like 80s anime. Steven, who watched like every 60s anime that exists and reviewed it. I'd love to have him on the show at some point. But Yeah, so like there's people who know way more of the classics than I do, but I think the best place to be as an anime fan is to have a robust enjoyment of all of it. There's always been good shows. There's always been mostly bad shows, but like we should celebrate classics from all eras, especially if they still hold up. And I'm surprised how much all of these shows hold up.
Even dubbed.
Yeah. I guess we should wrap up our intro segment so we can get into the anime themselves. We have to talk about Patreon because we have two different tiers on our Patreon and our Backed.buy. Backed.buy is the site that we can never be kicked off of and only takes 1% of our revenue. So it's really nice when people sign up there. But I understand the convenience of Patreon, and if you give us $5, you get access to our bonus episodes. We've done Bocchi the Rock and Cyberpunk Edge Runners, both super in-depth discussions that were really fun to make.
Do we know what we're doing this month?
Yeah, we're going to do Keep Your Hands Off the Azoken next, which I'm excited about because I know it's a really, really good show. I've only seen the first couple episodes. And if you give us $10 a month, you will have your name spoken aloud in every single episode of this podcast. True Fox 1 over on Back.buy has been paying for this, as well as on Patreon. Dylan, Devon Hall, Last Esses, M2, Hidden Music Island, Anatheme Bedesu, Susu2,
And Zero Soon Game. Had to beat you to the last one.
and Zero Tune Game. Yes, so thank you once again to all of our $10 patrons. And also I remind everybody who's watching the show, if you super chat us, we'll read it. We'll respond to it in between shows. If you do it while we're talking about a show, we'll just get to it after we're done with the show. But we have super chats here on the We Watch Anime channel now. Yay! That's why we're streaming here.
And we're very close to real full monetization, aren't we?
Yes, we will probably by the next show be able to actually run ads on this channel and shit. So, yeah, exciting. I'm very thankful this channel is growing rapidly because, man, I'm giving you all the last shreds of energy and life that are left in me because Bird and I were in Oklahoma City yesterday, and we are currently, well, I guess not yesterday anymore because it's 1:30 in the morning, but
5 p.m. on Friday.
5 p.m. on Friday, we were in Oklahoma City, which is pretty much the dead center of America, and we had to drive to Twin Falls, Idaho, which is a 21 or so.
We're actually right outside
hour.
of Twin Falls, Idaho. I'm looking up exactly how long the drive is real quick because I don't remember. I was spaced out. 20 hours and 19 minutes.
20 hours and 19 minutes, and we did it in about 26, 27 hours or
Which,
so.
you know, if I was driving the whole time, we could have done it in 22 or 23, but I foolishly let someone take over, and that ate into our time. I'd like to say for the first stretch of 5 p.m. to 8 in the morning, I drove 12 hours in just under 14.
In my mind's eye, I am still looking at the mountains of Wyoming, Utah, and Colorado. Like, I haven't stopped experiencing this drive yet, so if
the sunrise in Colorado was beautiful this morning.
If I seem a little loopy on this episode of the podcast, it's only because I only got 2 hours of sleep and all that, and we had a full work day before we did all that too.
Yeah.
So anyway, all right, Keksi.
Yo, what up?
We should call you that, right, Keksi?
Yeah, that's all good.
Are you ready to
Keksi.
talk about Speed Racer?
I'm ready.
All right, Speed
Get right into
Racer
it.
from the 1960s. What was your understanding of this show before watching it, Kek?
Well, I didn't know it existed until you sent me the list of stuff to watch.
So you've never heard of Speed Racer?
No, I've heard of Speed Racer. I just
Okay.
didn't know there was like a 60s anime. I just thought it was that weird
The way, or the
you know that like live
movie.
action thing
Yeah.
that came out? Like
But
that was my understanding of Speed Racer because I watched that like 20 times as a kid. So
Oh, nice.
seeing this was like
So you were like watched it and were
wacky.
like, oh my god, this is stuff I remember.
Oh, I didn't remember shit.
Oh,
But,
okay.
yeah, this was pretty strange. I like the was this the one with like a monkey in it or something?
Yes.
So the monkey
It was
is a
weird
recurring
cla-
character.
All right, good.
He's always up to no good with Speed's little brother. I can't remember either of their names. I think the monkey's Chim Chim.
Chim Chim, that sounds
Oh,
right.
okay. Yeah, I think the only thing I actually took away from this anime is that it's fucking like deranged. I had no
Yes.
idea what was going on. He was just jumping bike to bike. Like,
That
this
scene's
guy's
amazing.
a fucking menace, dude.
There's
Yeah.
all these clips on YouTube from this show that are just called like Speed Racer being a sociopath, and it's just like him saying like weird fucked shit. They're really good videos.
I don't think we got
highly
too much of that in
recommend
this first episode,
No,
but
not
I'm
yet.
excited.
it. I mean, he does crazy stuff though, and he does at one point tell Trixie, "Hey, there's a Trixie in this show, just like me. Like just hurry up, like just make it quick."
I've said
or
that to
whatever.
my Trixie quite often.
There was something else she says that you've said to me quite often as well. I don't remember. In any case, this show, I also am familiar with the live action film. I didn't see it as a kid. I saw it because Film Crit Hulk, who's one of my favorite writers, like had a piece on why it's one of his favorite movies. It's also Ego Raptor's favorite movie, and so those were like two endorsements I couldn't not listen to, and I fucking loved it. It for a while I did consider it my favorite live action film. Revisiting it, it's a little all over the place. I don't think every scene in it is amazing, but it is overall a really good movie, and surprisingly accurate to the show, considering like obviously it's like 52 episodes put into a blender of a 2.5 hour movie, but like most of what is present in this episode is somewhat represented in the movie. Like all the characters are there, the main themes, the main like thrust of the plot, and in particular, Bird, you pointed out like
This show's entirely anti-capitalist.
Yeah,
like it's Pops Racer is just trying to develop the best engine he possibly can, and the CEO just basically tells him off and is like, "I know how engines are built. You don't know anything."
Yeah.
And then just basically fires him. I think actually Pops quits, but
it's very much focused on like corporate underhandedness, where like he's Pops. So the plot basically, Speed Racer.
he really likes driving.
Speed Racer at the start of the show is just some kid who likes to drive, but he happens to have the coolest fucking car because his dad makes amazing race cars. So he gets to drive this like experimental race car, the Mach 5, as like his casual thing he does.
Which I know in the movie there's the Mach 6 as well. I don't know if that's actually a thing in the show.
I don't remember a Mach 6.
Well, it's the car he ends up using. I only know so much about the Speed Racer movie because I played the Nintendo DS racing game for it, and so I spent a lot of time looking at the cars, and there's a 6 on Speed
I
Racers.
see. You have seen that movie though.
Yeah, like once.
We watched it together, I think. But yeah, so Speed's main issue is that he has this cool car. He's loves
really
to
good
race.
at driving.
Everyone around him is like, "You need to become a professional racer. You're so good. We would all back you." His pit crew is like, all over him. But he wistfully drawing his dad into like the fog on the front of his windshield is like, "Dad won't
I
let me
forgot
do
he
it."
does that. That was really strange.
It's really adorable. He kind of like puts his hand on his chin and just kind of like sketches into the
Speed Racer is
windshield.
incredibly kawaii.
He is, and I like that they I don't know if they're trying to suggest that he is like an artist in this.
Well, he's an art of the race.
Because that's very much what the movie was trying to say.
Yeah.
The movie is like painting, portrait of an artist as a young man, but except he's a racer, not an artist. Like, and I fucking love the first 5 minutes of that movie.
Actually, I'm on the Wikipedia page for that movie, and it says, he's got the Mach 5 and the Mach 6, but he's primarily interested in the art of the race.
Yeah, there you go. So yeah, he is doing illustrative art of his dad's face.
It's funny too because it doesn't look like fog. It looks like he's got like a pointy thing on the end of his finger. He's like scratching it into the windshield.
So we learn that the dad is working for this company and he's trying to build the ultimate race car by building this engine that can just do more revs per minute.
I think it's like it can go up to 30,000 revs per minute or something like that.
Is that like a crazy number?
I don't know in terms of race cars, but like regular cars usually only go up to like 9,000 that I'm aware of.
Okay, so
at least on the tachometer on most of them.
And he pitches this to the company, And basically, one of the people on the board of directors is just like, fuck you, you're full of shit. We're not spending all our money on that.
I've been building cars for
Fuck you.
blah, 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 blah.
And so he quits. But then it becomes immediately apparent
That they want his design really, really badly.
They got him to quit so that they would just go steal it instead of having to pay him. So this is where you start getting into the capitalism bad commentary from the show of like, yeah, this is what corporations do, is they don't want to pay you to do good work. They want to steal your good work and do it for free.
It's particularly funny because they don't, like, try to be covert about it. They just start immediately sending, like, thugs. Like, just, I think initially they're just trying to beat Pops up with, like, a stick, and then they send a guy with a gun. And it's just... You couldn't have just had someone sneak in, maybe? But it's because they don't know
like,
where the plans are.
Can I just mention the part where the guy with the gun just, like, jumps out the fucking window?
We'll get to that in just a minute
dude.
when we get
All
we
right.
see that scene.
Sweet.
Because it starts, like, the dad is leaving this meeting, and I guess he's got a briefcase that has... the plans in it, right? Like,
No,
he
no.
hasn't transcribed them. Why did they want this briefcase?
Because they thought it had the plans in it.
They just thought it did, but
Yeah.
it doesn't actually.
No.
But why didn't they just let them take the fucking briefcase? They go through so much shit to get this
Look,
thing back.
that was Grandpop's briefcase. Pops holds that very dear to him.
Okay.
That's a joke. I don't know.
No, okay, well, funny. Yeah, no, just a bunch of dudes on bikes, like, come and try to steal this thing, and, like Keksi said, Speed is hopping bike to bike, like, strangling dudes off their motorcycles. A guy goes off a cliff at one point.
There's a lot of that. I had forgotten how often
One just,
people
like,
die in this show.
Yeah. I was shocked.
Um,
I thought this was a kid's show, dude.
yeah.
I don't know what's going on.
There's one shot where Speed, like, jumps from one bike to the other, where just the way it's animated, it looks like he's just jumping onto the road. It doesn't look like he made the jump at all.
We should talk about the animation in this, because it's
Incredible.
I love the visuals. It's primitive in the sense that, like, anime has come a long way. Look at fucking Jujutsu Kaisen compared to this. You're like, fuck. This is a different world we live in. But at the same time, like, within the parameters of what they could accomplish, it's really impressive because, like, I look at other 60s anime, most of it doesn't even look as good as this does. And, like, they're really ambitious about what they try to draw. It's just that, hold on, I think the next screen cap must be, yes, when Speed... like, the best way I can describe it is a guy is coming at him. Speed jumps into the air and immediately
Like,
has
grabs
his
him
legs.
with his legs and flips him over.
He, like, grabs him around his neck by the thighs and then just through, like, force of, I guess, just twisting his upper body, completely flips this guy through the air and, like, ground pounds him on his back. It is the most ridiculous video game nonsense shit I've ever seen.
The only place I have ever seen anything remotely like this done is in the WWE by Ricochet. I don't know if you know who Ricochet is, but like I watched WrestleMania for the first time, I think in 2019, and there's one point in that where Ricochet just, like, jumps on a guy and kind of does this same motion, just, like, flipping around him 5 separate times, and it's fucking insane. Speed is more successful in taking people down, though.
The reason that's possible in wrestling, though, is that the other guy jumps so that he can flip him through the air.
No. That's not what happened. Like, he didn't.
Okay.
The other guy didn't get, like, thrown. Like,
You're just talking about him spinning around the guy's neck.
Yeah, Ricochet just, like, does the same, like, thigh grabbing thing.
Right.
Then he just spins around on the guy.
He doesn't lift him flying through the air and crashing back down.
No, Ricochet's a little guy. I don't think he could.
So Speed Racer is low key like a martial arts god.
For some reason, I remember when I watched this scene for the first time, I had to pause it and rewatch it about 4 times, one of which I recorded and just yelled, "How is Speed Racer doing this?"
Yeah.
Also, he looks so determined in this screenshot.
He really does. This is the
Also,
yeah.
I saw someone bring this up in the chat, and I just want to say, to most people that are, like, accustomed to this franchise, they probably understand that his name is, like, Speed Racer. But can we just, like, take a second to realize that this guy has the most on-the-nose name possible? Like,
You know when your dad is a obsessive race car developer, I guess all he has on his mind is speed.
But it's particularly interesting because his younger brother is named Spritle. And what the fuck was Pops trying to get him to do later in life? Like, what does a Spritle do? I don't
Does
know.
he have another sibling or?
Well, he does, but we didn't learn about him. Racer X.
Oh, right.
Spoilers, I guess. If you don't know that
If you don't know
Racer
the
X.
plot of that's like the. Well, I was about to say a bunch of other spoilers. That's just the thing, you know. It's one of those like open secrets about a show. We'll have one of those with Monster in a minute here too. And by a minute, I mean an hour. But
I am really curious when Racer X shows up in the show because I was shocked that we didn't even get like a little thing of him like staring down, like watching all of this shit go down.
Probably not an idea that they had yet at that point in the series. Like the manga author probably came up with that later.
Okay,
yeah.
he comes in episode 3.
So we see here that the bad guys are hiring a hitman to go steal the plans. The hitman is also kind of like giving him the runaround, like charging him an extra, but the guy's like, whatever, I'm going to be fucking rich once I have this shit.
He's
so.
also, the hitman looks comically evil. Like, he's got a little pencil mustache and a bowler hat and shades for some reason. He's wearing, why is he wearing sunglasses inside?
I wear my sunglasses at night so I can. So this guy breaks into the house.
Well, hang on. Right before this happens, Pops is explaining, like, in an inner monologue, I think. I don't think he's saying it out loud. Or he's explaining it to Speed, maybe. He's, like, in a UV ray light, and he's going,
This is after.
This is after that?
So the guy breaks in, points a gun at him, and is like, give me the fucking plans. He searches the whole room, can't find anything.
And then Pops, like, goes into his inner monologue.
Like, Speed, because Speed comes into the room and the guy just, like, leaves. I guess he jumps out the window, right? I think this is when that happens. So, yeah, he just, like...
The window thing, it's not even like the whole window breaks. It just like creates like a tiny little hole in the window from where he jumped. It makes no sense.
Oh yeah, I remember that. That was beautiful.
See, it would be too hard to animate an entire window breaking.
Yeah.
I'm sure there were like 5 animators who made this shit. Like
there's only 4 voice actors.
Yeah, I was gonna say like,
and yet the dub is great,
which is awesome. I mean, you don't get a lot of that these days.
Like So we watched this first episode dubbed mostly because Bird has nostalgia for it and grew up with it. So we were like, all right, we'll do the dub. And
I don't know if subs have the very satisfying oohs or speeds, you know?
I definitely think they added a bunch of dialogue of like narration of Speed like explaining who he is and what's going on. Watching the opening scene where he's just racing in the Japanese version when I was gathering screen caps, there wasn't any text on the screen for like a few minutes, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure he was rambling through the whole time.
I'm Speed Racer. I'm 16 years old, and I'm the son of Pops Racer. And
yeah, but yeah, so I really liked their voices, and just everybody sounded natural, and the dialogue sounds good. It's definitely heavily westernized, but all in ways that make sense. Where like there's the one like friend who talks in kind of like more of a hip slang.
Oh, Sparky?
Yeah, Sparky. That's who I was
Speed's
thinking
mechanic.
of.
I forgot Sparky was a character, and I was so happy.
Sparky also like lives with them, I think. At least in the movie.
They all kind like everyone who's on Speed's team kind of lives with them, except for the pit crew, I guess.
I guess that's pretty normal for like Japan, like. In the 60s in particular, it wasn't such a individualist, like everybody goes out on their own type of society.
Jumping back to the pit crew real quick, something I thought was particularly funny with the dub is that the pit crew is like very obviously Asian. And then the voices for the pit crew are like hillbilly accents, which I thought was adorable. Because they know their market. It's like, yeah, most pit crew people are probably going to be from the South.
That's fair. The girl is Trixie, right? Yes, the girl is in fact named Trixie.
Also, not even Buddha would notice,
but because she only shows up. Oh yeah, that's in the subtitled version. He says not even Buddha himself would notice the invisible ink on the windshield.
It is also worth noting because the next screen cap kind of skips a little bit. There's the guy with the red helmet, right? Speed is just kind of taking the car out for a drive for fun or whatever, and then this guy just shows up to fuck with Speed for some reason.
Yeah, like trying to run him off the road and just like... This episode's really dense.
Yeah.
Like a lot of shit happens. And like again, because I didn't even get a screen cap of Trixie. Like, what happens when she shows up is like while they're her introduction is that while they're in the middle of fighting all the motorcyclists, a girl just shows up in a helicopter and is like, Speed, I notice you're in trouble. And he's like, yeah, can you go find the other like guys we're looking for or whatever? Like, she's just helping out with the helicopter. But that's her introduction, like, apropos of nothing. If I hadn't seen the movie, I probably wouldn't know why the fuck she's there at all. But she's pretty much Speed's girlfriend. Yeah, like this episode, it introduced all the major characters, a lot of different conflicts. There's several major fight scenes. The racing stuff, it's all pretty exhilarating, and like the music's really good. I love the way that the opening theme communicates the feeling of speed through the like melody that it's playing, just like super fast up and down.
The other part that I think makes the dub better than the sub is the song. Here comes Speed Racer, he's a demon on wheels.
I think it's pretty much the same exact melody in the Japanese version, just the lyrics are changed. But
I was also surprised Demon could get through censors in 1967.
Yeah, a demon on wheels. That was an odd one to hear for the era, but the ending of the episode, of course...
Oh, so Red Guy is trying to fuck with Speed because Red Guy doesn't want Speed to be in a big real race.
Yeah.
And there's a scene where Sparky's introduced where Speed goes into Sparky and is like, I gotta sell the Mach 5. And Sparky goes, well, hold on a second. Explain why. Maybe I can do something about it. And it's like, you're a mechanic. What?
Yeah. Well, and it's basically... So that's where we meet Sparky and the little brother and the monkey. And...
They basically tell Speed, no, don't do that. Don't be an idiot. You're the best at driving.
They tell him, don't sell your car. What you need to do is fix it. Because the windshield got broken from this guy attacking him.
Right.
And so it's not Sparky, but the what's the kid's name you said?
Spritle. Spindle. See, that would make sense. Like, Spindle Racer. At least that's a real word.
Spritle basically tells him, hey, just use this other windshield that we've got lying around. I'll handle Pops. Don't worry about it. This is the...
Narrator. He would not handle Pops.
Yeah, like, and I'm pretty sure this is a running gag throughout the show, is that he's always insisting he's going to help and then fucking it up for
There are a
racing.
lot of episodes, I mean, at least one, I don't know about a lot, where, like, Speed is in a death-defying race, and the monkey and Spritle just happen to be in the trunk because they snuck in right before. And then Speed discovers it midway through the race. Is like, what the fuck are you guys doing? Sorry, spoilers.
So, yeah, of course he gives him the windshield that has the plans on it. And it's funny because Speed goes out to this race. The dad finds out he
tries to get the race canceled.
He's pissed in all kinds of ways because A, he didn't want Speed doing a real race, and B, now he's got the plans on the windshield. As Speed is racing, someone says something to him about the windshield, and he goes, oh yeah, Dad drew the plans on the windshield.
Which has not been explained to him.
He knew! He just knew that already.
I think he just figures it out. I think there's like enough dialogue where he just like pieces it together.
I was like, wait, did he know the whole time and he just fucking drove that thing out there anyway? What an asshole.
But then, so the race is beginning. Something interesting that I thought about the race in this is, it's not like they don't start in their cars. There's like the big flag and everything, and then everyone runs into their cars and starts their engines.
Huh.
Which
fun.
I don't know. That's not how racing works, as far as I'm aware.
I don't think so.
But so yeah, there's some banter between Speed and Red Arrow Man, and then the race starts and they get going and. Like 5 dudes in black cars who are obviously villains just show up. I think that's how Speed pieces it together. He's like, oh, why would they be after me in the car? Oh, Pops must have drawn the plans on the windshield.
And they all have like spikes coming out of their wheels to like just destroy the wheels of other cars.
I do wish we had seen more of the Mach 5's gadgets in this episode. I think we see the jump jacks, and that's cool. But that's my favorite part of Speed Racer is all the crazy wacky racers.
I'm looking up when Wacky Racers came out because I want to know... 1968, so that's probably inspired by this show then, and yeah, this is 67. So Speed Racer came first. Wacky Races was a Hanna-Barbera cartoon that basically
That's a dope
did,
logo.
I grew up with this one being on like Boomerang and shit on Cartoon Network, and it's always just like the same racers in like a different environment, and there's one like bad guy who's trying to fuck with everybody else, but it's much more Looney Tunes in that it's just like, you know, scenario after scenario of setup, punchline, like dumb shit happening during a race. But like a lot of the animation techniques that I see in this show of like looping backgrounds and you know, like the way that the races are animated, like Wacky Racers definitely ripped it off like right away, and did a worse job, I'll add. Just aesthetically, this show, I think that's a part of why it was so surprising to me. Is like I grew up with like American '60s cartoons, which are not like, they're not worse animated than this necessarily, but just less dynamic, less. Well, they have way less story, way less going on. Like, I was just so surprised by how much story there was. Like,
I'm surprised how much of the story I remembered from being a child watching it. Because, I mean, just like every single thing, the guy with the gun, the whole Pops being fired thing, the plans on the windshield, and then eventually the bad guys with the spikes. The thing I hadn't picked up on, or at least didn't remember from watching it as a kid, is the bad guys have a whole dialogue of like, these other racers are going to get in the way, so let's just kill them. They don't say kill them, but
yeah, let's just get them out of here.
so spikes come out of the wheels, the bad guys start taking out all of the racers, and Red Guy and Speed have to kind of team up a little bit. I don't remember if they actually do, but they're...
I still can't believe all that. Like, I really thought this would be the end of the episode. It's like they're getting ready to race. Like, I can't believe there's a whole
Oh no, that must be Red Guy's corner.
action scene. But yeah, so I think that's it, right? That's
Well, no, so...
it dovetails into like a next time preview.
it does do
at some
that, but
point.
before it does that, the bad guys are all catching up to Speed. I think they even run him off the road, but right before they run him off the road, he activates
Right.
the jump jacks.
Yes,
And
the episode ends with him like jumping into a cliff, like
Yeah.
his car just like falling into an abyss.
the other great
How could I
part
forget that?
about this show is the see you next time announcer is like, can Speed survive this?
Yeah.
It's like he's falling into a chasm.
No. Keksi, do you have any final thoughts on this first episode of Speed Racer? How do you feel about it?
Yeah, I've got one final thought. So going back to the scene where they're like in the they're in their like house. There's just this one segment where it keeps cutting back to the kid and the monkey.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
the kid starts bawling for like no reason. I didn't know why that was happening. And then that monkey just starts clamoring or whatever. And it's just like a back-to-back thing, and it made me really uncomfortable. So good job, Speed. You did good.
Actually, you reminded me of that house scene. There is a particularly funny line in there where, like, Pops comes home after getting fired and is, like, so worked up to keep working on his engine. And Pops' wife, who I don't remember the name of, goes, well, you know, if you want to work so hard, you could remodel the kitchen and remodel the garage and build me a new garden.
Yeah.
And I thought that was really, really good.
Again, it's so fucking dense. I was surprised by how much content was in this, how engaging it was. Again, the dub being like shockingly good, and apparently there's only 4 actors, so I'm gonna be probably
look up.
eventually very, very like, oh okay, I'm like really realizing how everyone has the same voice. But
I want to find out real quick.
I like their performances, and I feel like, because my immediate wonder was like,
I think they're talking about in the Japanese subs, there's only 4 voice actors.
oh, well, that would be interesting. I just know that, like, dubs historically are rarely good, and I know this is like a whole can of worms for certain people who most of our audience probably doesn't watch dubs at all.
But the
almost
people
ever.
that do really, really, really don't
Dude.
like when you say that modern dubs are not very good.
Yeah, well, I don't think dubs from any era were consistently good. I think they've always been mostly trash. It's always like a shock when I hear a dub that is like all around good. And
Oh no, sorry. Actually, yeah, it is only 4 voice actors. So there's Peter Fernandez who plays Speed and Rex. There's Corinne Orr who plays his mom's name is Mom Racer. But she plays Mom Racer, Trixie, and Spritle. There's a guy who Chim Chim and Sparky are played by the same person. That's really, really funny. And then Jack Curtis is Pops Racer and everyone else.
so, like, Yeah, I think all 4 of those actors did a great job on this show, and it's weird to me that because Speed Racer was a huge success, like worldwide phenomenon. This show was it was the first anime, as far as I know, to be popular in the United States. So, like, it seems to me, anytime something is really successful, obviously everyone's going to try to do it cheaper and worse and see if they can have the same success.
Wacky races.
But it didn't work. Like, it's just crazy to me that so few times have they really tried to, like, just make the dub good. Like, maybe more Westerners will watch the show if they can stand listening to it. And I say all this as somebody who, like, I can't get my mom to watch anime because she won't read subtitles and she can't fucking stand the voice acting in the dubs.
Well, and that's the thing too. I had argued with a lot of people who like dubs on Twitter pretty heavily this week, and the thing is, I'm a lazy person. So if dubs were listenable, I would just watch dubs because like I don't like reading.
I mean, so having watched the dub of this and enjoying it, we were like, let's try out dubs of some of these other shows and see if they're good. Which brings us to the next anime we're going to talk about.
Is this Gundam?
Don't watch this dubbed. Mobile Suit Gundam's dub is unwatchable. And so yeah, we're talking about Mobile Suit Gundam, one of the greatest anime ever made, one of the most influential, important works of media in history.
Well, I don't know. I don't think you're considering Space Battleship Yamato.
I am considering Space Battleship Yamato. I'm not going to go crazy into like the history of Gundam and all that shit because there's so many resources on it. There's literally a whole manga about the creation of just this show, where Tomino, the creator, is the main character. And it mostly exists just to show you what kind of a wacky, fucking insane person that guy is. But I think his directing does the job enough. If you watch this show, it's kind of madness. It's almost shocking to me that Gundam is as popular as it is, given how like weird it feels to watch. Like conceptually, it's just a bunch of cool sci-fi shit, but the way the story is told is so like aggressive, and fucking like loud and just chaotic that I know I couldn't follow it when I was younger. And like this part of my inspiration with this whole show is to try to copy the Adult Swim anime blocks that I grew up with, where they would run like 6 to 8 shows. You know, they'd run the same episode twice a night, and I would stay up all fucking night watching it. And that was pretty much how I got into anime. And for a long time, they would have 2 Gundam shows on at a time. And for a while, it was original Mobile Suit Gundam as one of them. And I remember, I have a very distinct memory of seeing the first episode of this show on Adult Swim and just being so fucking annoyed because Frau Bo won't stop saying, Amuro, Amuro, Amuro,
and then his robot comes in and also says Amuro.
And I'm just like, holy fucking shit, I get it. His name is Amuro. I don't need to hear it 50 fucking times. And it's still just as annoying. Like, watching it today, I was just like, I can't even pay attention to what she's saying because it's so obnoxious. I think that's the point.
This might be a hot take, but even with all the Amuros, still less annoying to me than Ava is.
Well, we could talk about that. Keksi, you said this is your first time watching any Gundam, yeah? Did you watch this old bag of Gundams?
I mean, this is one of those franchises that I just keep putting on my to-hold list and never actually get to it. So actually watching it and sitting down for it, it was better than I expected. I'll give it that. It was I feel like with a lot of old anime like this, at least the ones I've watched, they can feel like somewhat disjointed in regards to like how they set the scenes up, and everything kind of feels like sort of like packed together. But this flowed really smoothly, surprisingly for me. So
I would agree.
Yeah.
It's got a really interesting way of like it starts off super broad because it's and this is something I think is missing from a lot of modern sci-fi anime, is just like a narrator explaining like the currents, like how did we get here? Why is the world like this? And
Why do
How
I
did
care?
we? Oh, okay, right. Both they're at war, and both of the sides have killed.
They're at war.
You know, there's the two
So,
forces.
humanity went to space. We figured out we could go to space. And we built space colonies. But the people in the space colonies eventually had a big America problem of like...
Big America problem. You mean a freedom problem?
Yeah, a freedom problem where they went, hey, how come we have taxation without representation? Let's dump all this colony into the Boston Harbor.
Let's dump all this colony.
Yeah, so a big war happens between the Earth Federation, who is, you know, in control, and a uprising force called the Principality of Zeon.
Half of both sides die.
Yeah, half of the total population of humanity is dead within like 6 months of this war starting. Part of
Times
that,
2 minutes of the episode started.
and they don't really explain what's happening in this. They just show visually that a colony was literally dropped onto the Earth. So that's equivalent to dropping a meteor onto the Earth.
But a meteor full of people.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if the colony was occupied. I just know they dropped it.
Oh,
I'm sure this gets
it's a
explained
holdown
eventually.
maneuver. Do you know what that is?
No.
It's a Star Wars, the new movies. At one point, there's a character who flies her small rebel ship into a Star Destroyer to destroy it. A lot of
Nobody
people
thought of that before that moment, I guess.
No, yeah.
So yeah, this war is crazy. It's killed like a ridiculous amount of humanity, and it's currently at a stalemate. And it's hard for me to really describe this episode without spoiling stuff, but at the same time, some of these spoilers are for like other shows. Like, there's a whole Gundam The Origin, which is like explains how the Zeon formed, how the Zabi family got power and everything, and like we'll meet all these characters later and we'll kind of understand it. But there are other entire shows just to like really in depth explain that backstory. But like where we're at in the war, all that really matters is it's a war between Earth and space, and they're at a stalemate. And what this episode introduces us to is basically the arms race that kind of defines the structure of the show, which is basically up until now the Zeon forces, they have these things called the Zaku,
which you think are really cool and cute, right?
I love the Zaku. They're adorable. They're these big green robots with spikes and like one little eyeball, and they got like a gas mask thing, and they're very round. And the Zaku are the most powerful like combat robots that exist right now. The Federation has stuff called gun tanks and like the little red guys with the cannons on their shoulders.
Oh, okay.
And those things suck. Those things exist to die. You're never going to see a gun tank do anything impressive. That's outmoded technology.
They're the red shirts from Star Trek. They're always going to die anytime they show up.
It's embarrassing that the Federation is even still using them, but the Zaku will just tear through all that shit. But the thing is, Zaku use bullets. They use really large bullets. Gundam is a new creation, and none of this is explained yet, but it's made of Gundanium alloy, impervious to bullets. We will see that happens in this episode. We just don't get the explanation for why yet. But like, so the Federation developed this new mobile suit. The reason that nobody has done this before is that Gundanium alloy, Gundanium is a element that was found on like an asteroid, and it can only be alloyed in space. So it's like this ridiculously expensive, difficult project to create Gundanium alloy. But they did it. They made a whole fucking robot out of it. And this is going to be the Federation's, like, they think this is going to win them the war. Throughout this show, both sides are constantly going to be escalating, trying to create a new robot that's just going to win them the war. It's never going to fucking happen. The war will never end. They're still making Gundam. It's still happening. This war... Which is kind of the point. I think Gundam is one of the most like cynical, nihilistic, in love with humanity in spite of its fatal flaw of killing itself at all times. But like that's
chugs a beer.
That's what the point of Gundam is like everyone's gonna die, and they're gonna die because they're idiots, and like that's we'll see some of that set up here. But anyway, yeah, we all right. I was saying that it starts off super broad, and it's like explaining the setting, and then we kind of have this sequence of we're approaching a colony, and 3 Zaku have been sent to like investigate. Yeah, spy Zaku. There's this moment that I've seen this episode a number of times. I completely never fucking noticed or thought about this thing that happens. These Zaku are going through like a hallway, and like a mechanical arm thing is coming out of the ceiling.
Oh, right. They just kind of fucking blow it away, and it goes away.
Like the Zaku just bumps into it. Like, as he's on his way in, he bumps into this mechanical arm. It breaks, and
it flies into space.
It flies forward, hits the wall, and then bounces back into space. The point of this scene is to demonstrate to you viewers how space works. To remind you, oh yeah, like, objects in motion stay in motion or whatever. But, like, dramatically, what happened is, a Zaku hit a thing and it broke, and like that's just in there. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't contribute anything to the story. But like that moment is the epitome of Yoshiyuki Tomino's directing style, which is like unpredictability and chaos. It's just like all the little dumb little mistakes that people make that throw off their game. Like he's always highlighting them.
All the small things.
In the most recent like Gundam that he actually directed, Gundam Reconquista in G, there's a scene where the characters are like running around in this bizarrely made house, and a character runs up a flight of stairs, but the stairs just lead into a ceiling. There's nothing up there, so he just bumps into the ceiling and falls down the stairs, and then just goes in another direction. There's no dialogue about it. Nobody's like, what a weird staircase. It's just like he runs up the stairs, hits a ceiling, and then continues. This is that same idea to me. Just like, oh yeah, that thing just broke or whatever and floated into space.
Amuro.
Yeah, so the Zaku, they enter the colony. They're like, they're getting out their goggles. They're looking around, and as we look around, we zero in on the city that exists in the colony into a house, and this girl Frau Bo comes. What the fuck?
Holy shit!
Honking horn outside. Anyway, God, that scared the shit out of me for some reason.
It's a woman in her car, and I think it was by accident.
Yeah, seems likely.
Or they're mad at us for being loud. It's one of the two.
So Frau Bo comes to Amuro's house. She won't stop shouting his name, and some sort of subtle characterization here. His room is just like full of machines, and he's got like a microscope hooked up to a
thing.
Yeah, like he's doing some kind of weird robotics type shit. So he's a big nerd, sitting around in his boxers building shit. Most of that scene. So here's my theory on her saying Amuro over and over again. I think Tomino thinks women are annoying. Or at least this type of woman is annoying.
Well, like, the guy who created Speed Racer feels the exact same way.
Yeah, about Trixie. But it definitely feels like the point of this is to... So in Japan, there's very much this idea of the childhood friend, the Osananajimi, the girl you grew up with who is supposed to be your wife one day. And the way that anime presents this is almost always exactly the same. Like, there'll be, 14-year-old boy, the girl who he grew up with, who now is starting to have sexual feelings for him, thinks she needs to take care of him, basically becomes his wife. And in this scene, everything she's saying is nagging wife stuff. It's rude to eat while you're driving, Amuro. Oh, Amuro, you're going to be late for school.
It's rude to eat while you're driving?
Yeah, she criticizes him for eating while driving at one point, because he's just, like, cramming a sub through his face or whatever.
It's not rude, it's dangerous.
But, like, the reason she has to say his name so much is he doesn't pay attention to anything she fucking says. He never looks at her. He never acknowledges anything she says. He's totally trying not to pay attention to her. Probably doesn't really care that much about her, honestly. He just cares about robots and machines.
He doesn't care about her yet.
I don't know if he ever really does.
He cares about her, like, after...
Well, he cares about her in so much as he's trying to help and protect her. I don't know if he really, like, engages with her that much. But he has also this little Haro, the robot ball thing that he built that goes, I'm a.
Haro's really cute. I want one.
Yeah, it's like my favorite part of the episode for sure. The little guy.
He's totally like an R2-D2.
BB-8. Because BB-8's a ball too.
Well, and something I'll get into this a
Oh
little
my
bit
god,
more later.
you can buy
but
a Haro for $13 on Amazon.
actually, Victor has one of those that he uses as a piggy bank.
That's adorable.
But anyway, I almost forgot to mention, like, my brother is a massive robot fan, so like a lot of my Gundam exposure growing up is because like Victor has a ton of Gundams and like watched the shows just to see the robots.
My brother is also a massive robot fan, but not in like a Gundam way. It's like he built robots for a while.
I wonder if he's ever heard of Robotics Note. That's a Steins Gate, like the same team that made that also made a Robotics Note. Anyway, the Haro robot is one of a few examples of how like this show. It's not too long after Star Wars became a massive cultural phenomenon throughout the world, so you'll definitely see some ways that the Star Wars imagery rubbed off on this show. But I think if you've seen the way Star Wars has evolved over time, there's also evidence to suggest that stuff like Gundam has also now rubbed off on Star Wars, and Star Wars is also ripping off Gundam. It's one of those cycles of influence that I find really interesting. So
these are the Zeon
no.
people,
These
right?
are the Federation guys. Federation.
Well, they're talking about the Federation.
Yes, it's confusingly written, but they're watching the new Federation battleship show up, and they're just admiring their own. We've got such a nice battleship here, but they're talking about white base, which people in the dub always say like white base. So Gundam, fundamentally, this was the first like giant robot anime that tried to be serious. I put serious in quotations because it's also a fucking ridiculous show. But, like, it's trying to be a serious war drama with, like, high-stakes consequences and stuff. And like,
I do think it accomplishes that, even though it's so silly.
Yeah. Because it feels like everything has a militaristic reason behind it. And, like, before this, giant robots were shooting their fists in, like, as a rocket, you know?
Cool.
Like, it was, which is Mazinger Z. But, like, that was the style of giant robots. They were kids' shows. They were made to sell toys. And this show, in order to exist, had to be able to sell toys. Like, the pitch was, we'll let you do your war show with giant robots, but Tomino wanted an all-white robot. It's a military machine. Why would it be colorful?
Have you met the military?
Yeah, I think he was a little off his rocker with that one. But, like, that's why the Gundam is colored in big primary colors, is it had to be iconic enough that it could sell toys. And white base is the most toy-looking fucking thing imaginable. Like, every other ship in this show looks like a warship. And then white base looks like
pretty
a
ridiculous
plastic, like you know, like a Power Rangers
Actually,
Megazord
looking
or
at
something.
White Base, there's a ship that looks just like White Base in Witch from Mercury that we will cover later. Like the attacking ship. And yeah, we'll get to that.
But yeah, so the main plot of what is going on in this episode is that the Federation has this
Does
new
White
ship.
Base turn into a Gundam?
No.
Okay. It looks like it could. That's why I ask. Sorry.
I think that's why Macross ended up existing a couple years later. Is what if that thing transformed? But anyway, so the Federation has this new warship called White Base, and they're gonna put their brand new Gundam onto White Base, and it's how they're gonna win the war. The Zeon forces who are here are just by pure chance. Their commander Char is on his way back from a mission, notices that a bunch of shit's going on around this colony, which this colony is called Side 7. It's like the farthest away from the war, basically. So these people, the people who live here, they didn't expect any of this to happen. They're like, they don't think that this is a place that a battle is going to take place because they're just so out in the sticks, in space terms. But ultimately, it's just that Char happens to be in the area, sees there's some irregular movement, and goes, I bet they're planning something way out here. And so he sends his guys in to investigate. But his guys... Oh, well, not quite there yet. So these two dudes who are having this conversation, the guy on the right is Bright Noah. He's going to be commander of White Base by way of everyone else dies who would have been ahead of him on the chain of command within the next couple episodes. But...
I had a thought about this guy watching the show, and I can't remember what it was at all.
he's a 19-year-old lieutenant who he ends up meeting Amuro's dad. This is Amuro's dad. Amuro's dad is a fucking moron. He's one of those people whose brain is too big and now it's dumb.
Sheldon Cooper.
You can really see it in his face in this shot. This goofy, mercurial expression of. Actually, now I'm looking at it. One of his eyes is like not looking the same direction as the other one. That's weird.
I mean, people have a lazy eye. You don't have to judge.
I don't know if that's what he's got. I haven't looked at enough screen caps, but anyway, he hears that Bright Noah is 19 years old, and his response to that is, with this new weapon we've got, we may be able to end this war without sending kids like you into battle. Now, Bright Noah looks at this guy like, you are a naive idiot. Like, he's been through shit. He's only 19.
But his mind
through
is
shit.
older. These
Yeah.
New York City streets get colder. Anyway, sorry.
What even is what
Hamilton?
Is that? Okay. So Amuro's dad, he's all depressed thinking about how he's like, oh, I've heard they're even sending people my son's age into guerrilla battles, and like that's nuts. His son is going to end up piloting the Gundam. So
In a very, very silly scene.
It's just like his dad's intent is literally to prevent the exact thing he causes by creating the Gundam, which is his son ended up in the war. So
It's funny. I had mentioned Ava earlier. Like, with Ava, Gendo wants Shinji to get in the robot. Shinji actually designed the robot for Shinji to get into.
Yeah.
Shinji really doesn't want to. This one, the dad doesn't want his son to get in. His name is Tem. Tem doesn't want his son to get in the robot, or people like his son to get in the robot. And then his son just kind of happens upon the robot. And it's like,
just
looks
gets
cool.
in because it's cool. Yeah. Well, there had to be something to subvert for Ava to exist, and this is that. So the Xeon guys who are in there, one of them is the commanding officer. He's a little bit older, and then there's a younger dude who's
an asshole.
Yeah, he's like, I want to go in there and start some shit because I want to be like Char. Now, this is a case of just like missing perspective. This guy thinks that Char is so great because he's runs in and does his own thing or whatever. Char is just like a fucking sociopath and a genius. Nobody is like him at all. He is the Red Comet. But this kid thinks he's going to be the next Char, so he goes running in to start fucking shit up. He doesn't listen to the commanding officer. This is where chaos has been introduced into the situation. And this happened, no matter what Gundam show you're watching, this is going to happen over and over and over again. Some dumb, rash idiot makes a decision that causes everyone else to now have to clean up their mistake, and that's most of what the plot is. So he runs in, he starts fucking shit up. Amuro is running from these giant shell casings that are falling and shit. I think initially he's in the shelter.
Yeah, I don't think
Everybody's in the
Amuro's
shelter.
running from this. I think this is just to show that there are giant shell casings.
Yeah,
that fall.
he's not running from it, but yeah, as he's running, the giant shell casings are falling around him. And yeah, he was initially in a shelter, and there's this hilarious moment where they're like, I don't remember what he's trying to go back out for.
I think he's just trying to find his dad. Is what it
okay,
is.
so he runs back out because he's like, I still gotta figure out what's going on.
There's like an airlock. There's two doors, and Amuro opens one and he starts to leave, and an old guy comes up behind him and is like, "Hey, you're endangering us all by leaving the shelter." And Amuro goes, "Then close the door behind me."
He says that. Then he leaves, and then you see the old man and a bunch of other people follow him out to watch what he's doing, and it's like, you just said he was endangering you by going outside, and now you're going outside. But again, human stupidity, major theme of this this series. Also in this moment, the guys who are like loading the Gundam into White Base, who have the plans, like they have the manual for the Gundam, they're on their way to give it to the pilot, and they get blown up. So Amuro just sees these people die, and then, hey, a manual lands in his hands.
No, it doesn't even land on his hand. It's just on the ground, and Amuro like runs up to it, picks it up, and goes, "Oh, this is classified," and immediately begins reading it.
I love that.
And then he just, he reads the whole thing, and someone comes up to him, and he like hides it, which is really funny. So it's like, why do you think?
Oh, it's Frau. Yeah, Frau like tries to. He like hides it from her, even though he's reading. So here's Char. I like this scene because ultimately that guy running in and doing that did reveal to them that there was more, like there was something going on. But they're not happy about the way it happened.
Yeah.
They're like, well, it's cool that we know that now, and we'll proceed as planned. But Char's main takeaway from the situation is, I'm surprised that Denham, the commanding officer, couldn't control a rookie. So he's just looking at it like, what's wrong with my ranks? Why are my guys shit? But it's his own fault. It's his influence. He's the one they're trying to be like. So yeah, here's Amuro with the Gundam manual, just like
standing in front of the Gundam, looking at the Gundam.
This is it. This is what
Actually,
my dad's been doing.
I think right before this happens, he sees his dad and is like, "Hey, Dad," and
his
dad
dad's
goes,
like, "Get on white base.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah.
Why are you outside right now?" Like,
well, he says to his dad, like, because I think the reason he left the shelter was he thought there would be more people outside that needed to be helped. And when he finds his dad loading the Gundam, he's like, "Why are you doing this instead of helping people? Like, are the weapons more important to you than human lives?" And his dad just says, "Shut the fuck up and get on white base." And
that is a direct
does
quote.
Not do that. So there's this great moment. Chaos can be both a savior and a cruelty in this show, because
or a ladder.
Because as Amuro is standing there, and it's hard for me to describe this, like, up on a raised section of road, there's a massive number of people heading towards the shelter. Frau Bo comes, like, running out from the group towards Amuro, just like, "Hey, Amuro, it's you!" And then, like, behind her, an explosive goes off, and just all those fucking people are dead. Like, she just happened to walk away just in time to lose her entire family. She's immediately, like, you know, an emotional wreck. Amuro slaps her in the face and tells her to get her shit together, and runs her to...
Oh yeah, wait, going back. So, like, I don't know if this is just because I came off the cuffs of, like, Speed Racer or something, but I was at least glad that the girl had, like, some empathy for the fact that all these people just got massacred. I mean, I get it was her family.
Yeah.
But, like, with Speed Racer, they just don't give a shit.
No,
So I was
yeah.
at least happy that she was somewhat sad for, like, a good 30 minutes, 30 seconds to a minute, you know?
It's interesting. The scene is... because everything moves so fast, like, the violence in and of itself isn't as...
It was weird. It just happened, and then it was over. It's
yeah,
like,
it feels so dry when the violence happens, but it's the characters' reactions and the emotions that, like, where the drama sets in, of, like, she's looking at all these people dead, and then you see, like, I should have got a screen cap of, like, her face, but the look on her face is just fucking devastation. Like, it's a hard moment to, like, watch a character going through that, and Amuro, like, looking at her is like just kind of shaking her, like, "Hey, you need to stop. Like, I understand what you're going through, but you need to stop. We have to fucking go. We gotta go," you know? So it's very tense. Very, like, ooh, I wouldn't want to be in this situation at all, you know? So, basically, long story short, Amuro gets in the Gundam and is like, I have to protect the people around, so I have to fight off these Zaku. And interestingly enough, as he's fighting the guy, his concern is, if I blow up this Zaku, it will blow up this whole fucking colony, because they're close to, like, the windows, basically. So, like, I have to be careful how I fight this guy. And, you know, he doesn't really know how to pilot the Gundam, but lucky for him, it is, again, impervious to bullets, so he would have just died immediately in normal circumstances. But he gets up, he figures it out. I love how clunky this fight is, and it's clunky on two levels, because they're both green. Like, like, the other guy, even though he ran in all gung-ho and has been, like, shooting people, has never actually fought. He's never been in a war scenario. He doesn't understand what the Gundam is or what it can do. He's really afraid that the bullets didn't work. And so you've got this great moment of, like, as he's advancing forward, he's just, like, covered in sweat and looks all nervous, but he's still smiling and, like, trying to, you know, psych himself up to fight this thing. And Amuro's just trying to figure out what the fuck he's doing. Like, what is this button? Is these the toggles, you know? But he grabs the Zaku by the face mask thing and just kind of, like, shoves him forward, ripping it off, and murders this fucking guy.
I do believe at some point in the episode they also mentioned that the Gundam has like some kind of AI that lets it learn how to fight.
That is important to note. That it's not just that Amuro is like his the Gundam is. I think they put that into the story so that it could get stronger. Like, there's a reason that it continues to be an even better robot, you know? Like, because it has an AI that's helping it. So, like, the more it learns from fighting, the easier it is to pilot, I guess. In any case, yeah, this is where we get the Star Wars stuff. He's got a beam saber. He's got a lightsaber. The Gundam has a lightsaber. I should also mention the Gundam design is meant to sort of look like samurai armor with the helmet, the Kabuto beetle-inspired helmet. But yeah, there's a dope moment where he just fucking murders these dudes. And, like, I really love the dramatic lighting shifts and everything in this scene. Also, just, I didn't mention it, but the background art in this show is so fucking good. Like, all the artwork of the colonies, of the spaceships, just, like, anything sci-fi looks amazing. You know, the robots, as the show goes on, like, this episode it looks really good. I know there's going to be some really clunky shit of, you know, drawing some goofy looking robots, but the characters and their expressions just have so much personality. There's such a variety of character designs, and that's something that's kept through most Gundam shows. It's one of the better things about the franchise to me. It's just like everybody looks different. Every character looks like a totally unique person, and that's such a rarity in anime. Let's see what happens after he murders this guy. Ah, yes, the episode basically ends with Char kind of upset that his guys got killed, and he says, "No one likes to admit to them the mistakes of their youth, or mistakes caused by their youth." This is one of the most famous quotes in anime. It's just like... you know, it's just like one of those famous movie quotes, except for an anime. And it gets quoted in Otaku no Video. Yeah, I don't. It's an interesting phrase to me because contextually, I'm not sure who he's talking about. Like, is he talking about himself, that he doesn't like to admit that he just fucked up by sending in the wrong combination of people? Is he just disparaging the guys?
It's both. I think.
Yeah.
He should have just went.
Probably, yeah.
Real quick, they introduced Char's Zaku at the end of this, which is red.
Yes.
Wow. Does it actually have, like... Do they explain technical specificities about why it's better?
As far as I know, his Zaku is literally just painted red. People think it's better because he is so much better of a pilot than anybody else.
And if it's not clear, it's a very obvious parallel to the Red Baron from World War One.
Yeah. Good point. Never thought about it. Char Aznavour is a sexy man with a sexy voice, at least in Japanese.
I don't know what he sounds like in the dub.
The dub he sounded very normal.
Okay.
Which is better than most of the people who were just shouting everything they said. Yeah, would not recommend watching this dubbed. But yeah, a lot happens in this episode, but at the same time, I think what makes Gundam, what makes it such an interesting, like, franchise to me is that it's one of the few cases where, like, the plot is kind of all that matters, because the theme is just war is hell and chaos. Like, it's just that over and over again. It never, like, lets up on, yeah, war is hell and chaos. So, like, it forces you to engage with every single thing that happens, as opposed to, like, the broad strokes of it, because, like, there's never a moment where, oh, now it's about something else, or, like, the characters have learned something that changes their perspective on how they're gonna go forward. Like, no, it's just war is hell and chaos, and you're gonna fucking live and deal with that. And, like, but you understand the logic of why everyone is doing what they're doing, even if it's stupid. Even if, like, you know, the guy who ran in, he thought he was gonna be the next Char. He's obviously a moron. Everyone around him is calling him a moron. But you as a viewer do understand why he did the thing he did. And that's what I think is the undercurrent that keeps the show interesting. Is just like, oh, okay. That's, yeah, that guy probably shouldn't have done that, you know? And, oh, wow, I can't believe they found a way to clean up after that mess. Who's going to live through this? Not a lot of people.
I mean, it's pretty much just Noah, right? Noah's...
Well, Amuro. Well, okay, I'm not gonna spoil everything, but like a lot of these characters show up in the sequel. So,
Okay. One Char. Char lives, I know that.
Yeah,
'Cause
Char
he's
is
the bad guy in every single Gundam.
and if it's not literally Char, then it's either a guy who looks and acts exactly like Char, or is literally a clone of Char, depending on the series. So, all right, wrapping up. Keksi, do you have any final thoughts on Mobile Suit Gundam Episode 1?
This is like one of those this is like the perfect kind of show to just microwave a kid's cuisine to after getting home from work or something and just vibing out.
I feel that.
That's my final thoughts.
That is actually a really great take. I have like a total imagination of doing that.
It's making me want a kid's cuisine right now.
I've never wanted a kid's cuisine.
Or, I'm sorry,
since I was maybe 6, and even then,
what about a lean cuisine?
I've watched this episode so many times that, like, I know the first time I saw it, I had no idea what was going on. The second time, I had half an idea what was going on. And I only feel like I understand it now because I know where the plot is going. And even then, like, just the weird little chaotic stuff. Like, again, that Zaku just breaking that little metal piece. I never paid attention to that. Like, because it doesn't mean anything other than, hey, space. But that to me is kind of the magic of Gundam, is that like you can just keep coming through it and finding little things that are entertaining and weird, and like again, the tone of the show is so intense and angry, just like it feels like a screed of simultaneous, again, appreciation for humanity and the accomplishments, and like, yeah, all these military machines look cool. Too bad everything they do sucks, and I think that's a great message for anime to have. All right, what are we talking about next? It's My Sonny Koku.
Wow, we've been talking about a lot of kind of scary shows with scary things happening. Let's talk about a really scary show. What happens if you can't get into college?
Yeah. Keksi, had you heard of this one before?
Oh yeah, this has been on my to watch list for like a romance anime since I was 14 or something, so it's been a minute. I never actually got around to it, but I've been wanting to check this out for a long time, and it is nothing like I was expecting, like at all. I had no idea they were even living in a board house or anything like that, or he was like a student. I just thought it was like this like couple got together and lived in like their own little home and like owned a dog or some shit, but it's a bit different than that. Yeah.
Have you seen any of the other Rumiko Takahashi adaptations?
No, I haven't. I mean, I've seen like a couple episodes of Ranma. No Ursa Yatsura. Yeah, my experience with her stuff is pretty barren. So yeah.
Bird, what about you?
I don't even know what other things she's made.
Ranma 1/2,
Nope.
Inuyasha.
I've seen like 2 episodes of Inuyasha.
And Urusei Yatsura.
I don't even know what that is.
The Lum, the alien.
Oh, I've seen some of Urusei Yatsura.
I think we watched at least the first episode of that.
Yeah.
And we enjoyed it, but
You're right, the animation does look a lot like that.
Yep.
Huh.
I grew up with Inuyasha as an Adult Swim show in the 2000s, and I was a big fan of it. That caused me to buy Ranma 1/2. I only ever had the first volume of it, I think because it was like expensive and hard to come by at the time. But I read the fuck out of that first volume, not only because it has tits in it, but also Ranma turns freely from male to female, and this is the anime power I wanted the most for a very long time.
Well, and as a gender fluid individual, I can just do that at will, pretty much.
Jelly, but the most famous works of hers, I mean, pretty much all 4 of the ones we just named were like massive hits, massively influential. Urusei Yatsura was the first one. I want to say it started in the 70s, and it's just this like hugely popular gag comedy. I've read some of the manga. It's good. It's solid. It's entertaining. Lovable characters. Wacky hijinks. Sitcom formula that never gets old. I think My Sonny Koku is next, and this is her, or maybe she did it at the same time as Ranma or something like that. This one is her only seinen manga, the only one that's deliberately aimed at an older audience, and the characters are college. Well, the main character is a college student, I should say. No, he's not even in college, right?
No, he's trying to get into
college, but he keeps
Yeah.
failing the exams. Garzy's Wing,
Oh God.
which is from the same director as Mobile Suit Gundam, opens with a girl screaming, "You failed your college entrance exams twice now!" And this show has almost the same line, but delivered, like, correctly at the start of the show. But yeah, the Ronin trope, especially in, like, the 90s, was a big deal in anime. Golden Boy, I think, is also a Ronin, but he ends up doing, like, odd jobs. In any case, there's, like, a stereotype of, if you want to make any fucking money in Japan, you gotta go to college and get a good job, and this guy's trying to do that, but he's constantly beset by these heathens that live in his house and fuck with him all day. This show, I also expected closer to what you did, Keksi. Like, having seen the artwork for this, it just looks like a sweet romance. So I didn't expect it to be like a bombastic comedy at all.
Yeah, it's like anything but that.
Even though everything else Takahashi has done is like, this is what Urusei Yatsura and Ranma are like. I would actually even say Ranma feels toned down compared to this at the start. But these people, like, the first episode just introduces us to, there's a man in his room trying to study, and these three people will not leave him alone. An interesting conversation happened in our Discord about this. Another anime YouTuber, Roger Smith 2004, was saying how when he first saw this first episode, he just really hated it. Because these people just seem like irredeemable fucking assholes, and they're really going in on the main guy. Like, it's not just that they won't let him be, but every time he, like, argues against them, they're basically trying to convince him, "No, you're a piece of shit and you don't deserve it. Like, you are like us. You just won't admit that you're a dumb asshole and that you're never gonna get into college, and you're blaming us for the fact that you suck." And they're really laying in on him about that. Roger, interestingly, said he sort of changed his mind and realized that he just felt too attacked by the show at the time. Like, I remember seeing this first episode a few years back and having a similar reaction of just like, wow, these people are insufferable. Apparently, as the show goes on, we get to know them a lot more. They become a lot more sympathetic, and, eventually you'll care about them. But I do think the show is just kind of trying to lay in on this episode, like, what the situation is, so you really understand and feel it as, like, the core of a sitcom, is how is this guy going to ever make it into college when he's constantly being tortured by drunks. There's a great gag of him breaking his pencil, and then it cuts to, like, a pile of 20 broken pencils, and he just keeps breaking them in rage.
My problem with this shot is, who the fuck holds a pencil like that?
It's true.
Is it just because he's angry?
This is why he keeps failing the college entrance exams. I can't stop thinking about that Garzy's Wing quote.
But
why do you have to go back to your hometown now? You failed the college entrance exams twice now. Doesn't matter. I will go back there, and then I will do that again, Rumiko. Something like that. Anyway, his room's thrashed. This is pretty fucked up to do. If people... I mean, I would kill these people. If they did this to me, I would fucking kill them.
I simply would not live with people like this.
No, I would beat their asses. But so he's, like, insisting that he's going to move out. He's like, "I'm fucking sick of you guys. You're ruining my life." And they're like, "No, it's you. You have a bad brain. You just want an excuse for it."
This is also one of the shows we watched dubbed. And the dub is incredible.
Is good. The dub is actually good for this show. The red-haired girl had a really sexy voice.
And
I don't
Suit Man says, "Indubitably."
I don't know if... Yes, he does. He does say indubitably more than once. I don't know if we'll watch the whole show dubbed, but this was one of those where I was, like, shocked that it's good. It was, wow, I don't hate any of these voices.
There was just a different caliber of voice actor back then.
Well, and this would have been, like, 20 years after that last dub, too, but...
well, because, the Gundam one wasn't fun. So maybe there's, maybe it's a decades thing. Maybe in, 10 years, dubs will be good again.
I don't even know when this was dubbed. Like, I'm sure it didn't come out till, like, the late 90s or so, after Ranma was already... Because Ranma was one of the first anime to be like a hit with American college students who were like tape trading in the late 80s and shit, and to like have its manga brought stateside and appear in comic book stores. So
June 1st, 2003. It's at least
2003.
DVD.
Okay, so this would have been dubbed actually after Gundam, I think. In any case, fuck yeah, the dub is really good. The music is really good. The visuals are really good. I kind of skipped over it, but there's a segment of just kind of showing the town that the characters live in.
It's so beautiful.
That
my
there's
God, the background art in this.
There's so many little
Amazing.
details of like there's the truck with all the lights on it, and I just remember looking at that and being like, that's a cool truck. Like, is it gonna come up again? Probably. There's 95 fucking episodes of this show, but it does a lot to just kind of settle you in, and there's lots of like background characters that have some personality where you'll just see like 4 or 5 guys standing around in the road having a conversation, and you're like, yeah, those are just, the guys who work in the store. They will definitely show up again, because Urusei Yatsura had this element too of like, by the end of the show, everybody in the town. And I'm sure that's going to be
don't
the
worry,
case
this
here.
is a 96 episode
Yeah.
show.
So I'm expecting all of that stuff that is established here to come up again, but for now, like, it's not really saying anything about it. It's just letting us know, here's where the story takes place. Very normal town, very quaint. Everybody knows that these people are freaks. Like, everybody in town thinks that Maisani Koku is a bad place to live full of bad people.
And they're not wrong.
The question is the main character one of the bad people? I think that's really what this episode is trying to explore is he right that they're all terrible, or are they right that he is equally terrible and therefore deserves the bullying?
I think the answer is yes.
I also agree. The answer is yes. So in this scene, he's getting ready to leave, and then suddenly a woman shows up, and they're all like, who is this beautiful young woman? Turns out she's the new dorm manager. And he's not. She's like, oh, you're moving? He's like, no, I don't know what they're talking about. So immediately he's hoping to spend more time with this very cute girl. I wanted to point out as well that red-haired girl, I don't know her name yet, who's just got her tits out in this scene. She's walking around in lingerie. She's kind of got a pose and a demeanor towards this woman like, I can't believe someone hotter than me showed up. Like, she's pissed off that there's a cute young girl living there now to compete, because she's very, like, open and floozy and just kind of slutty. And just in terms of, like, Japanese values, and especially at the time, I know that, like, the intent here is that she's meant to be such a, like, that's not the type of woman that Japanese men are usually looking for. American men would love this girl. I also love this girl. But in Japan, she would be seen as more of, like, a, just a big hoe. And whereas, like, this girl is everything that the Japanese wife is supposed to be. She's kind, she's logical.
She has a dog.
She cleans, she cooks, she has a dog. She's just like the portrait of an upstanding citizen. And all of them can see it. They are not out to torture her at all because they all think she's actually just a good person. Unlike main guy. And so I think that the dichotomy that she brings to the table, it truly puts the question into light. So he's like trying to help her out. I love that Takahashi always angles the cameras to make sure that we know about her ass.
Yeah.
Like, they really want you to know about her ass, and it's gonna matter. Here's her dog, big old dog named Soichiro, which is a person name, so
They do mention that
she's
quite a
being
few times.
accosted. So the guy in the suit is a bit of a peeping Tom and always crawling around through holes in the walls of this place.
Indubitably.
And he invites the main guy to come spy with him. And they're looking through the window, and he's like, well, we see this... They're looking at red-haired girl. He's like, we see her naked all the time. What's the big deal? And he's like, well, it adds an extra layer of, of sexiness to know that you're doing it secretly, and he calls him just like a freak or whatever. But then as soon as the guy says, "Oh, she's taking it all off," then he comes running back over. So this is our first indication. Yes, he is every bit the perverse monster that these people know him to be, and they're going to keep making him reveal it himself. Here's a hot moment.
Yeah, there's some ass there.
It's not just that there's ass. Let's get into this ass real quick if we can.
Get in that ass, Larry.
I really appreciate that they have two very different kinds of a nice ass. Because red-haired girl has like the perky higher up ass, and then dark-haired has like big, full, plump lower ass. You know? Like,
and this is why you need two wives, ladies and gentlemen.
Exactly. A lot of thought was put into making sure that there was, hey, you get all the different ass types. A smorgasbord of ass, if you will.
A smorgasbord?
A smorgasbord. Thank you. And then there's a scene where he literally just stares into her ass for like 45 straight seconds.
This is the scene where she is finding out that he is, in fact, a peeping Tom.
Yeah. I think she's repairing the hole in the wall, right? And he's just like watching.
I think
her
actually
ass.
the hole ends up going into Indubitably's bedroom, and she like accuses him of being gay for a second.
Yes, she does ask if he's gay, and then he like dies. So they all come to his room to torment him again. This woman,
has tests
has
tomorrow.
Has a child, by the way. That kid is her son. He's begging his mom, "Please stop drinking and making a fool of yourself. You're embarrassing me." I think it's just really funny. Terrible moms are funny.
Relatable.
And so they piss off the main guy so much that he goes to sleep in the closet. And she starts defending him. One of my favorite moments is when he's in the closet listening, and he's like, "Oh my god, she's defending me," like getting all excited. That's a totally that's something I would do, like be getting all giddy that somebody, like, I overhear someone defending me. But they start pretending that she is stripping all her clothes off, and like it's should be obviously preposterous. Why would she be doing that? But they keep going deeper and deeper into it until he can't help but peek. And again, once more, he has revealed his true perverse nature. So yeah, that's pretty much the gist of the humor of the show. Is like these characters constantly making the main character reveal that he is a piece of shit. Does that mean he deserves what they're doing to him? No, they're just justifying their own being an asshole by,
I think by the end of this show, the character's only going to have used to been a piece of shit.
I said was!
This is a really funny scene. He's threatening to jump out of the window because, his life is hell. And the bad mom leans out of her window and says, "Do it."
Yeah, she's like, "Just fucking do it. Shit or get off the pot." They're telling him he's just doing it for attention. Yeah, this is a show about bullying and and having shitty roommates, and I thought it was pretty funny. I was surprised how much I enjoyed it. I do think I probably enjoyed it more because we watched it dubbed also. I think it feels a little bit more modern because the audio recording quality is just better since it was recorded in 2003 instead of the 80s. Keksi, do you have any final thoughts on My Sunny Koku?
Yeah, I mean, I watched the sub, so I'm not really sure how it sounds in dub.
Mm-hmm.
But as somebody who's basically in the exact same state as the main character in this right now, trying to get into like a better uni or whatever, I would hate this, but at the same time, like it's a pretty comfy show. Like,
yeah,
I think like the warm like yellow color palette mixed with like the really detailed background art is just like, it's something I think I'd take more slow. So yeah.
For sure. This is a show I would never be able to marathon, so the fact that we're going to do it week by week is like the only way I'd ever get through this.
Yeah.
But this is the one I was most afraid of. Like, the fact that it's so long, I was like, if we don't like this, I'm going to be so upset that I chose it. So I'm very happy that is enjoyable.
I mean,
I've always heard that it gets really good.
I was worried that I wasn't gonna like it because I only started liking like romance animes with Skip and Loafer like last month or whatever. And then, but I don't really think that at least this first episode is not very clearly a romance anime. It's a let's fuck with this guy anime.
Yeah, it's definitely more of a comedy than I was anticipating, and I'm sure the story will get more serious later, but I've always heard this to be like a sweet show, like just a comfy, like nice thing, and not like a hard drama or anything like that. So I do think it might end up having kind of a Skip and Loafer energy, but with a little bit more edge.
Yeah, I'm expecting to mellow out.
I'm gonna go take a pee real quick, and Keck, if you need a break to grab anything, do it now.
All right, I'll get more water.
I'm gonna sit here and talk, I guess. I saw at least 500 cows today or yesterday, whatever, on our big drive. You know, big cows, small cows, baby cows. There were some cows with some really big horns. That was nice. It's my understanding that this is actually a lot more common of a thing. But anytime we see cows on the road, Beatrice goes, moo! And so I always point cows out to her so I can hear her say moo like that, because I think it's very, very cute. Let's see, outside of that, what else did we do? Not a whole lot of interesting stops. Denver does not look nice at night. I'd been expecting like a cool skyline shot, but there wasn't much of that. We stopped yesterday at a place called Dolcetti Gelato in Salt Lake City, which was very, very nice. They have, it's kind of hard to explain. They've got like the entire shop is covered in tchotchkes. I don't know if you know what tchotchkes are, but they're like little bits and bobs. I can't use words for these things because it's really hard to tell what the things are. But it's a gelato and coffee shop. I got an affogato, which is when they give you gelato and then they make a shot of espresso over it, as well as a cold brew. And that was very nice. It was really nice to drive from Salt Lake City to Twin Falls, Idaho, because I've done that drive many times. I used to live in Twin Falls for about a year and a half. And I actually bought my first car in Salt Lake City and then drove it back to Twin Falls. And so it was a very nostalgic drive. I enjoyed it quite a bit.
Should mention we came to Twin Falls specifically because our friend Kayshawn lives here, who just did
Beau is Afraid.
Yes, he just reviewed Beau is Afraid with mint salad recently on the ASE Presents channel, and I did a song with him once. The song No Lip Service, probably on YouTube somewhere. I'm not sure, but he was under the name Ineffable. So yeah. Anyway, I'll just wait a moment for everybody to get back. Bird just went to the bathroom.
All right.
Anime good.
I'm back. Oh, man. What's up next for this?
Up next is going to be Utena.
Oh, shit.
Oh,
okay.
boy. I better get myself prepared.
Yeah, it's going to be a few hours. Hold on. All right. Yeah, I should be having more to say about the next, 4, because I've actually seen them all the way through already. So it's not just going to be a first episode kind of thing, where I'm having to make guesses as to what's going on.
Right.
Well, I fucking loved rewatching Monster and what was the other one? Oh yeah,
Steins Gate.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I like both of them going back to it. We'll get to that when we actually are touching on them, but yeah, just the way that they're structured compared to the 60s and 70s anime is just so dramatically different.
Yeah, for sure.
It's weird. It's like they finally started exploring different ways of doing it, I guess. I don't know.
Okay, we ready to get into...
Can I just smoke a quarter of a cigarette real quick?
Sure.
Don't smoke cigarettes, kids. Do not do the things I do. I've drank 6 beers on this podcast.
Have you had 6 beers?
I mean, 4 on the podcast. I'm about to have my 5th, but I've definitely had 7 beers today.
Christ. How did you have 4? Well, I guess it's been an hour and a half.
Oh, actually, if we're counting this morning, I've had like 12 beers today. Because when I finished driving, I immediately downed like 4 beers.
Oh yeah, to pass out.
Well, not to pass out, just because I'd been driving for 12 hours and up for 24. And so I was like,
Will you grab me a beer?
yeah, sure. I mean, they're right behind you.
Oh right.
Right.
Oh boy.
Are they in your purse?
Drink 1 beer for each cow you saw on the road. I'll fucking be dead in minutes. Like, we saw thousands of cows.
At least 200 in Idaho alone.
Yeah, I mean...
Actually, at least 200 in the place of Idaho we are at.
I was gonna... Well, like, just... I mean, when you see, like, a field of cows, oftentimes there are several hundred cows just in that one field, so...
Where?
Yeah?
Where are they?
Oh, they're right here.
Oh. Thank you, honey. That's sweet. I appreciate you hiding them from me. You care about my health, and I really value that. Alright, running. Talk about your favorite part of the trip. That's what I did when you were gone.
Oh, my favorite part of the trip. Singing. I was singing for like 6 hours, probably, at least, of it. Both while as a passenger and while driving. Trying to, like, typically when I'm in a long drive, I like to sing along to the music. It gives me something to do, and it's one of the few times I really get the chance to do a lot of singing, because I can't, like, sing in a hotel room very loud. But what I'll do is I'll kind of use a voice until that voice is exhausted, and then just switch to another, like, switch to a different range or whatever. Like, play a bunch of songs that are kind of in one range, and then switch to another one. Until I've exhausted every single facet of my voice. Just kind of ramble until Bird smokes a fourth of a cigarette or whatever. And we can...
Did they, like, leave the room?
Yeah, he went outside. He went outside to smoke for a second. He said, "Can I smoke a fraction of a cigarette?" I'm like, "Sure."
Look at... What have I done recently? What did we do yesterday, you know? Oh yeah, we went to Chuck E. Cheese yesterday. That was
Excellent.
pretty crazy. Dude, I think there's only like 50 Chuck E. Cheeses in America that still have their animatronics or whatever. So it's pretty cool seeing those. It's weird because there's like this really weird reputation if you go to Chuck E. Cheese and you're not like 8 years old or something. But weirdly enough, like when you're actually in there, Chuck E. Cheese is like the best arcade I've been to in the last like 4 or 5 years, because there's like this option where I can just pay for time instead of tickets or instead of tokens.
Yeah, that's brilliant.
So like it's like I can actually play all these games that I'd otherwise consider a scam. Like we're at that, you know, those games where they it's like a coin game where you put the coin in and then it drops them down, like it's like a pusher thing, it shoves them. We're just like spamming the shit out of this game for like 30 minutes trying to get like the jackpots and stuff.
I love to play those games when there's one right on the edge and then you only have to spend like $1 to get a bunch of coins.
It's so good. So yeah, we were just going ham at Chuck E. Cheese for like 3 hours yesterday.
I saw that, and I really want to go to Chuck E. Cheese now.
It's good, dude. Like the stuffed crust pizza. I mean, do not get there's like this thing on the menu called like a personal pizza, and that's a total rip-off scam, dude. It's so small. But
I've only been to one place.
Pizza, it's pretty good.
I've only been to one place with an acceptable like personal pizza, and it's called First Man Brewing. It's right outside of Wichita, Kansas.
Oh yeah, that pizza was actually amazing.
It actually, they make it out of like an uni oven in the store, which is really cool because I was like, oh, I really want one now after I tried the pizza. But they're like really artsy pizzas for a brewery, and all the beers were really good too. Anyway.
All right, it's time for the reckoning. We're going to talk about Utena.
Time for the reckoning. You've activated the Junker Queen in me.
Oh boy. So, Revolutionary Girl Utena. This is an anime I don't think I could ever say enough about.
You've explained this show to me probably 20 different times in the time we've been together, and I'm not saying that as a bad thing. It's just the way it starts. I was not expecting like a weird little fairy tale aside, and it's cute. I like it a lot.
And I think they did it this way, not only to invoke fairy tales, but also like it leaves a lot of vagary in what literally happened, because as it's explained, there once was a princess who lost her parents and was just like, sad, and then a prince came and said, "You who bear up in such sorrow," basically he notices something about her. He's like, "Hey, you're handling yourself pretty well for having lost your parents." So he gives her this ring and says, "One day this ring will lead you back to me. Until then, take care of yourself." And he goes off. And as it is explained, she is so impressed with this prince that she decides to become a prince herself. But was that really such a good idea?
Yeah, probably.
That's the last line of the intro. But I love this because just based on the hair colors, it's obviously Utena, and she has the ring, and she remembers something like this having happened to her. But, like, she wasn't a princess. Are her parents dead?
Was she not a princess?
I
mean, like...
No.
I don't know.
Like, how literal this is supposed to be is never really explained, I guess. Like, at least the princess... I don't know. It kind of gets... like, it's not until, like, the very end of the show that we really learn what's going on.
Actually, real quick, right before I watched the first episode of this show, I watched an anime YouTuber, and I don't remember his name, and I feel really bad. But the idea for the video was, I don't even know if he's an anime YouTuber, to be honest. He's just an analysis YouTuber. He's like, I've been hearing about anime a lot, so I'm going to randomly generate the anime I watch. And the first two are just kind of, whatever. But then he does the Revolutionary Girl Utena movie. Which,
yes.
I feel comfortable saying this because you've told me it doesn't happen in the show. It ends with Utena turning into a car.
Yeah.
And so B always compares me to Utena, and so I went, "What? Do you just want me to turn into a car?"
You already are a car. You drove for fucking 20 hours of the last 30 or whatever.
The car is an extension of my being.
But yeah, I think you carry yourself somewhat like Utena, and I don't know a lot of people who remind me of her. Like, she's always been kind of a little bit of an alien to me, and that's part of the point. She is a weirdo. Everybody in school, like, has a take on her, one way or another, positive or negative.
Real quick, the YouTuber's name is Lextorius, just because I feel bad for not saying it.
So yeah, we get this weird little backstory. The visuals are just fucking gorgeous. There's all these borders around the frames with the roses.
I really like that.
I love the borders. I love just I mean, look at this shot. Like, the background is just like flowers, but they're in this particular like watercolor paint style, and then the cells on top of it are casting shadows onto it as if they were lit against a like wall. Like, that is a painting that they are like it's just such an interesting idea of how to animate something. And then basically we cut right from there to the introduction to Utena's school and to her best friend Wakaba, who refers to Utena as her boyfriend. And the other girls are like, yeah, your boyfriend totally ditched you and went to school without you. But we get all these crazy shots of this school that is just the most ridiculous imaginable. I don't think anime has ever topped this level of, like, ostentatious fucking school.
I will say, in the Revolutionary Girl Utena movie, the school is even more ridiculous.
In the movie, it's so ridiculous you can't even really get a grip on what the fuck it is.
I think the way
it just looks like an art piece.
Lextorius describes it in his video is like, you know how the stairs in Hogwarts move? Imagine if the whole school was doing that.
At all times, in all directions. Yeah, no, that movie's visually a little difficult to parse. This anime, I will note, I believe it's the guy who directed Mushishi.
Ooh, fun.
And Aku no Hana and a bunch of other stuff. A really interesting dude. I saw a panel with him at Otakon once where he explained that he's credited as like art designer on Revolutionary Girl Utena, or like partial art designer or something like that. Basically, he was hired on, or he was asked if he would do the job, but not actually hired yet. He went home, designed 4 background shots that he then turned in before realizing he had not been hired. They had hired somebody else, but those 4 shots are so good that all 4 of them were used like as major, like I'm pretty sure this is one of them. Like when the school is being introduced, you see these like 4 or 5 really iconic setting shots, and I'm pretty sure those are all this guy's. And like they come up again and again throughout the show. But it's just interesting that that's all he really contributed, but it's super meaningful because your whole understanding of the show is that it's set here, you know? Which
I sure do wonder what the forest in the background of the school could be used for.
Yeah. Why is there a forest on top of a podium? It's such an interesting design. A lot of, I think Kill La Kill's Academy took a lot of influence from this. And its story structure in certain ways. So, yeah, we get to school, and basically Utena is in trouble with a stuck-up teacher because you're a girl! Why are you wearing a boy's uniform? What particularly strikes me about this is Utena is not wearing her school's uniform.
No one else at the school is wearing the same uniform.
She's wearing just a totally unique thing that no one else is wearing. And she even says at one point, like, it looks perfectly fine on all the boys here. They're wearing a different uniform! What are you talking about? I also think it's interesting that this is considered... Like, what is boyish about this is just simply that it has, like, the buttons and the clasp, as opposed to like the sailor ascot or whatever.
It doesn't even really look like a boy's outfit.
She's wearing bike shorts, like the tiniest little bike shorts underneath this shirt. Like,
which I would absolutely wear these shorts. We need shorter shorts.
Oh yeah, well, yes.
Just for everyone,
Everybody
but especially men. We need shorter shorts for men.
And girls. For
and
like
girls,
Utena,
sure.
Who is not a man.
No, I'm just saying I want shorter shorts. That's what I was trying to accomplish there.
As we go through the school,
it's a really good screencast.
This shot is in my brain. Like I could just play it. Particularly in episode 2, there's another scene where he slaps her, and I remember seeing it. I'll talk about this again next week, but on the Funimation network, they played this show on the Funimation network. By the way, we did not watch this dubbed. Don't do it.
Why?
The dub is fucking terrible. Very, very bad. But
as bad as Oshinoko's dub?
It's probably worse.
Okay.
It's really bad. They used to play this on the Funimation network, and my first exposure to this show ever was like flipping to a channel and seeing this man slap this girl across the face. I was so taken aback. I was probably like 15 or 16. I had like never seen like a man hit a woman on television before. I like rewound it and rewatched it like 25 times because I couldn't like move past it. I was just like, what the fuck? Like, I can't believe this happened. Yeah. So
it's pretty wild. It's pretty wild that this guy's allowed to be so much of an asshole.
Yeah, Sayonji's a real prick, but it's because he literally owns her according to the rules that the two of them are following, which we'll get into. But yeah, so
is it ever explained who gave them these rules? Like why any of this is happening? Okay.
Yes. I'm not gonna spoil anything.
No, I don't. I'm not asking you to.
As we establish the school, like, Utena is sort of like a celebrity with the girls. They all think she's super cool, and everybody wants her to be on the basketball team. But she tells the guys on the basketball team, I'm a girl. I'm not going to be on the guys' basketball team. Which I do think that's important, because, like, Utena's not trans. She's just a tomboy. But she really sees herself as a woman. And it's going to be important as the show goes on, like right now she's being very gender non-conforming, you know, but it's not out of wanting to not be a woman. Like she's trying to challenge the notion of what a woman is and trying to say this is still a woman even if I am like this. There will come times where like she becomes less honest about the way she presents herself in gender, but that's way later in the show, so I'm not going to get too into it. But yeah, like most of this is just to create this nuanced effect of like, yeah, Utena, she's a woman, she dresses like a man, she is very like, she's very brusque and masculine in certain ways, but only because she's trying to be a knight. Like in her mind, this is how a knight behaves. So like she's always trying to be up to her image of what that means, regardless of gender. There's a moment where her BFF, yes, Wakaba, she jumps up on Utena's back, and that's when they see the slap happen. Or no, I think she sees that right before Wakaba shows up. And then Wakaba shows up and jumps on her, and is like, oh, you're watching Saionji. And she is in love with this guy. It's pretty immediately evident. I think this is really interesting because... So, Wakaba's always, she's willing to be overly clingy with Utena. Call her my boyfriend, act like she's her girlfriend, but she's actually interested in this asshole guy. This pretty, boy on the student council, this status symbol of a man.
The president of the Kendo Club.
Yes, president of the Kendo Club, who lots of girls are swooning after. And... When Utena, like, says, oh, I bet you like that guy, she's like, oh, none of those guys are ever going to be as cool as you are. She's fucking lying, because immediately after this we find out that she sent Saionji a love letter, and she ends up getting her heart broken. But, like, I'm pointing this out now because it's going to be more deeply dove into, like, the sort of inauthenticity of Wakaba's relationship with Utena, where, like, she treats her like, oh, you're my boyfriend, but the reason she feels safe around her is that she's a woman. So, like, she could not actually be Wakaba's boyfriend,
Also, Wakaba looks just like Mako in my head. I can't see her without picturing Mako from Kill la Kill, just at all.
It's a fair comparison. They've got kind of a similar vibe. So we meet the student council. Saionji has... basically just been walking around with his hand on Anthe's shoulder. Anthe, by the way, it's explained she is the Rose Bride. And there are certain people called duelists, all of them are on the student council currently, who...
But that's not as important as having the ring. The ring.
The ring, I think they are on the student council because they have the rings. Like, I think they have been assembled... out of having been the people who were chosen to compete for the Rose Bride. I'm not entirely sure about that. I could be wrong. But basically they have to duel one another, and whoever wins gets control of the bride. Most of them don't seem that particularly interested in this, but no. Saionji really wants everyone to know that he owns the Rose Bride.
Well, and it seems like more than they are interested in having the Rose Bride, they are interested in how much of an asshole Saionji is being to the Rose Bride.
Yeah, they're all just kind of, like, curious about it. And, like, Toga, who's the leader of the student council, is like, just because she's, like, your possession doesn't mean you have to treat her like shit. And he's like...
challenge me about it.
Yeah, fucking fight me if you don't like it. My favorite moment in here, and when we watched this with Quinn, like... a week or two ago, and I had to keep pausing it to like explain the nuances of what's going on with the characters here. So the student council consists of Toga, the red-haired guy who's the president, the oldest member, Jiri, who is here, the girl with the orange curls, Miki, the youngest, who's the blue-haired boy, and Saionji. And there's only like one line of dialogue from each Miki and Jiri in this scene, but they're extremely important to understanding their characters. Because Toga, as he's accosting Saionji, uses the phrase tsukini shiro, meaning like doing whatever you want, whatever you please. And when Miki, who's like taking minutes in his notebook, hears this, he's like, whatever he wants. And he's like all shaken and sweaty, and it's like just this innocent, virginal kid's reaction to the mere thought of sex, to which Juri leans in with this, like, seductive face and is like, whatever he wants, you know? Like, just teasing him, making fun of him for being such a kid, because she is experienced and mature in these ways, and kind of a bully. So, yeah, just both of them. I probably wouldn't pick up on all of that just out of seeing this for the first time, but it's such a good setup for what these two people are like, with just one fucking word, one phrase that they all said. And then they rant a lot about revolutionizing the world and, like, whatever these big crazy sounding plans are. I have to mention the music. This show has a very eclectic soundtrack. All the songs are super memorable. I used to listen to this OST all the time, but particularly the music that plays during the student council scenes is like this ridiculously over-the-top organ song that makes it sound like you're just watching The Bad Guys, you know, like, wow, evil. Fun scene. And yeah, here's Utena sees Sayonji in the streets with Anthe, and it's just like, hey, why do you treat her like that? It's pretty fucked up. And he's like, hey, we're just a happy couple. We don't need you meddling in our affairs. And, like, he's grabbing onto her. He's got his eyes closed. He's not looking at her at all. He's just treating her as this, like, trophy symbol that he's got in front of him. She looks like she would rather be anywhere else in the world at this moment. She's just, like, the ultimate, like, sad princess. Please help. Get me out of this. But when asked about it, she's like, I'm the Rose Bride. This is what I do. You know, like, I gotta do whatever he says.
I'm the Rose Bride. Duh.
Jesus Christ. It's gonna be a long time before we learn what it means to be the Rose Bride, why she is complicit in this. But I do think we get a lot in just the expressions of, like, how clearly uncomfortable she is with Sayonji, how desperate she seems for Utena to be able to do something, and how happy she is after Utena does something. So we have this scene where Utena's wandering the halls, and there's a big gathering in front of this, like, cork board, and somebody has posted someone's love letter up on the cork board, and they're all laughing at it because it's so stupid and goofy, and it's aimed at Sayonji, and of course it's Wakaba's letter. And Utena realizes this when she sees Wakaba crying, and she's like, fucking, this has gone too far. So she goes to challenge him on his own turf, because he's in the kendo club, and she goes to the kendo club, and she's like, how could you do that? And he's like, I don't even know what you're talking about. Love letter, I post those all the time. Oh, you know, I do remember. It was some dumb bitch. Yeah, it was really silly. Yeah, I'm glad everybody could get a laugh out of that. And Utena's all pissed off.
And she challenges him to a kendo match, and he's like, why would I want to do that?
No,
wait.
He straight up doesn't understand that she's challenging him, because she says, I challenge you to a duel. She means kendo, but so I should mention, in the student council scene, they were anticipating another duelist is supposed to show up soon. It's not apparently a member of the student council, but they just know that another person's going to show up at the school. So as soon as he hears duel, he's like, oh, you must be the other duelist. That's why you give a fuck about this. Like, he can't comprehend that she's just a good person who's upset to see a woman getting hit, because his entire worldview is status. He just wants the power. All he cares about the road. He doesn't care about Anthe. He cares about what she symbolizes, which is just being the most powerful person, because you control the
He does mention that
bride.
he's, like, trying to change the world entirely through what he's doing. I think that's probably later in the episode. I don't know what that means.
They're all trying to, quote, revolutionize the world. That's the student council's motto. If a chick can't break out of its egg, then it will die inside of its shell. So therefore, we must break the shell and change the world. Is like the speech they give.
You know, I'd believe Funny Valentine from JoJo's Part 7 said that. This is a type of weird metaphorical bullshit he would spout.
So, he invites her to the forest.
All right, there's these two girls.
The shadow puppets, the Greek chorus of this show. So as we,
I wish they sang like the Greek chorus in Hercules does. I think
they might sing a couple of times.
Okay. But is it as vibey as Bless My Soul Herc is on a roll?
No.
I don't think so.
There's certain elements in this show that we are going to see a lot of, and this is a show that you're going to be very glad we decided to watch week by week, because when you marathon it, the repetitive elements can get pretty old. It is a magical girl show, and so of course there has to be something that happens in every single episode, and there's a number of them. I mean, aside from the student council, every episode you'll see them go up in the elevator and he'll say the stuff about revolutionizing the world, the chick breaking free of its egg. There'll always be a shadow puppet thing right before the duel, and then the whole long walk up the staircase that we're going to get to in a moment with Zetai Unmei Mokushiroku playing
You both.
in every episode, which I get hyped for every fucking time because I love that song so much. I've listened to that song hundreds of times independently of the show, so it's a good time. But yeah, these shadow puppets are usually just saying some kind of vague stuff that hints towards what the meaning of the duel is, or what Utena is going to have to realize in order to win that duel. In this case, there are rules in the forest. This is the sort of
Kashida.
Oh yeah, they always say, "Do you know? Do you know?" So yeah, she goes into the forest. She finds this weird fucking. What would you? Is this a statue of a bird with like a spiral in it?
I always just saw it as like a non-put together rose. Like I never considered it being its own thing, honestly. Because like, doesn't it turn into the rose? Is that this part? I can't remember.
I can't remember either.
It like molds into something once she opens it.
Okay.
But
yeah, the like water droplet comes out and touches her sign ring. It's just a cool looking sequence. It's got a lot of just that magic, that good magic feeling, you know? Like what makes magic work is when there's just like a bunch of details that are so particular that you're like, well, yeah, of course the water droplet has to slowly like matrix its way, and then like when it hits the ring it splashes into like bits, and then all the water starts falling from the ceiling and shit, and you're like, where's that water coming from? Why isn't she already waist deep in the water? But it's because it's an elevator that's opening, and it's like, or a staircase thing. It's like,
very similar to in Indiana Jones, the Dial of Destiny, when they're in Archimedes' tomb, and it's about water displacement, and so they start putting all the columns in, and then the sorry, I really like that movie. I've been thinking about it a lot.
So yeah, Utena goes up a big flight of stairs into
with a whole song and everything going on.
Mysterious dream world where they're singing about the darkness of Sodom.
That was kind of out of nowhere for me. I didn't really expect like biblical references in this show.
Oh, the lyrics of the songs in particular. So I have to talk about this. There's multiple like styles of music that appear in this show, but particularly during all the fights is a genre that only exists in this show, described as choral rock, where it's rock songs, all like weird psychedelic rock songs with a full chorus singing them. They were all composed by J.A. Caesar, who is an experimental composer that has been in Japanese like stage and cinema since like the 70s. He's a massive name who like the director was, just like a fan of and got to work on this show, and literally created a genre of style of song that only exists in this show. I've never heard anything that sounds like these fucking battle themes. But yeah, so the lyrics of all the battle themes were written by the director Ikuhara. Apparently all in like one night while shit-faced or something, and like,
which is how all of the best things are written.
Yes, and the lyrics are usually like just kind of word association across a theme. So like, I think this one might be, I don't remember which song plays in this episode, but I know in the next one is Last Evolution, where it's just like they're just like naming like mitochondria, like different stages of evolutions of animals like throughout all of history, and it's
Did they mention that it is the powerhouse of the cell?
That's not. I shouldn't have said mitochondria. That's not a creature,
Oh,
is it?
I see.
That's not a single cell organism. Is
No,
it?
it's part of animal cells. It's the thing that it's the powerhouse of the cell. Beatrice, didn't you go to school?
No.
You didn't go to school?
No, I went to imagination class.
A lot of the
where you
conversations we
pretend
have
you're
make a lot
somewhere
more
else.
sense now.
So yeah, she goes to the top of this tower. There's a whole lot of mystical imagery of and a whole lot of things that I'm not going to get into because it'll be better to explain them later when they all make sense about the sword of Dios and all this shit. But basically, Saionji pulls a sword out of Anthe's chest. Utena thinks it's just like a trick sword at first, and then she gets her wooden sword like destroyed by him, and he's
Which,
like,
even if it wasn't a trick sword, like if it was just a real sword, that would happen anyway, right?
Well, it is a real sword. She thinks
no,
it's a trick sword.
sorry. I know.
The
I'm
other
just
way
saying, like,
around.
oh, yes, but like even if he had just had a real sword and it wasn't a trick sword, if he didn't pull it out of Anthe for no reason,
Yeah.
of course the kendo sword would lose. It would just
Sure.
always lose. It doesn't matter that it's a special sword that for some
No. She thought it was a fake sword, a trick
Oh.
sword. She thought it was literally fake, and that's why she was surprised when it was real. But he's like, no, not only is it a sword, it is the most powerful sword, the sword of Dios. And, but
Wait, JoJo's?
actually the voice of Dio is the same voice as Toga, the student council president, the red-haired guy. So
I don't remember
he is
him.
Dio. The student council president, the red hair, the long red hair boy.
The main dude.
Toga.
Don't worry, you'll remember him.
I'm sure I will. I only
he's-
saw
he's-
one episode.
Yeah.
He's currently in this fight. He is actually spectating from like some
Oh, yes,
fucking
okay. Yep,
structure
yeah.
in the distance.
Yeah, no, he's
Um,
great. I remember him now.
All you really need to know about him in this episode is that he sees the fight happening and he's like, "I'm gonna fuck that pink-haired girl."
Real quick, I googled him to know who he was, and the thing that comes up on his wiki is there's the explanation of who he is, and then it goes, he is known to be the biggest playboy on campus, which is pretty sweet.
Toga has sex with almost every single person in the school by the end of this show.
Like actual sex?
Yes, he fucks
Yeah.
basically everybody in the school. He fucks Saionji. He fucks. I don't know
Cool.
if he fucks Utena, but he fucks almost everybody else. He is the biggest playboy.
And then
of
the
all time.
blue-haired boy fucks nobody, right?
Yeah, because his sister's a big slut and he's upset about it.
Who's your favorite person on the... Actually,
Also, he's only like 13, so they probably didn't want to make him a big slut.
Sure. So you've both seen this show, and I have not. Who is your favorite student council member?
Ooh.
That's a pretty hard one.
Toga's the
They're kinda
most
all
entertaining
dickheads,
to
I'm trying to
watch,
think.
I think.
Yeah.
Jury is the most like complicated. Miki is, an innocent boy who you must protect, and Saionji is a stupid fucking douchebag. But he's also very entertaining, especially after this episode, because he's just had all of his power robbed from him losing the Rose Bride, and he's pretty much gonna spend the rest of the show trying to learn how to deal with the fact that he is punk weight and never gonna be in charge.
So, like, I would say, just based on not knowing a lot about the characters and everything, pure character design, I think Saionji's my favorite. He's a
looks
fucking
awesome.
asshole. I don't like him
Yeah.
very much. Long-haired boys, be sweet to your girls. But outside of that, both of the girls in the student council look really cool. I think I'd have to say...
Miki's a boy, also.
I'm not talking about...
Okay, what
Yeah.
other girl are you talking about?
Well, sorry, I just looked it up.
Jury is
Jury, and then... Oh, well, what about... there's another one.
I don't know.
Frick.
I don't know if she's like really been introduced that much yet, but Toga's sister,
Kiryu.
Nanami,
Oh, Nanami. Okay. Yeah.
Kiryu Nanami.
she's like
Yeah, she
she's
looks
definitely
cool.
like my favorite. She completely carried the show for me with her
Nanami
her, like,
is-
joke episodes. They're
she's-
so good.
Maybe the best. I've forgotten about her because she hadn't been introduced yet, but yeah, she might be
Just
my
look forward
favorite.
to the India episode. It's amazing.
Is Nanami the type of person to dole out tummy punches?
She would
She's,
punch anybody.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
She's just a cunt. She's just like a...
Yeah, she's a fucking asshole. It's amazing.
She's an idiot and a bitch. That's the way I would describe her.
You're dealing with either an idiot or a bitch. Oh no, she's an idiot and a bitch. That is a Ghost Stories reference, if you're not aware, for anyone who's listening.
So basically, even though her sword got cut down, she still manages to beat Saionji because the way you win these duels is by destroying the rose that is on the other person's chest. So, skill issue.
I mean, I feel like if you move around too much, a rose could be destroyed.
Well, not unlike real deflowering, yes, that could happen. Because that's what it's a metaphor for. So this is like the big payoff shot of this episode is Anthe looking down.
She's nice to him? I missed this.
No, she's not. She's being a cunt right now.
Sorry, I just saw cheer up Saionji and I was like, wait, what? Why is she
because
nice
the way she says... So, she's been calling him Saionji-sama the whole episode.
Oh, but she doesn't call him Sama.
She calls him Saionji... oh, fuck. I don't remember the word for classmate. Kakse? Something like I don't remember. She calls him...
She should have called him Saionji Kisama.
But yeah, she just calls him like a normal platitude name while looking at him with this like... She's just so pleased. She's so like, consider that she had not looked at him like this at all. She's just been miserable the whole episode.
I don't think she's looked at him at all.
No, probably not. So, yeah, she gives him this look. It's just like, yeah, cheer up, it's all, you're going to be fine. And then she's very happy to tell Utena, like, now I belong to you. And this is where the episode ends. But, like, Utena's reaction to this is going to be like, what the fuck are you talking about? I don't own anybody. Yeah. Stop. Like...
Sorry, just going back to the video I had watched, like, the guy is so confused by everything that is going on in the show just at all. And so am I, because, like, he can't even really explain it. He gets most of the plot points right. But, like, in the movie... Immediately after this, Anthe's trying to, like, fuck Utena or something, and she just goes, no, what? No, why would I? No, I want to be friends with you.
She thinks she's supposed to, basically. The movie is a lot more, like, blunt with the point, but it's also so fucking trippy and weird that, like, it simultaneously makes no sense on a plot level, but way more clear about what the themes are. The show has just so many themes with so much nuance that it can be easy to get lost in all of it. But the plot is explained pretty thoroughly. Like, by the end of the show, you will know what's going on. You'll know exactly why everything happened. It's only the visuals that are very weird, and it kind of make it feel a little bit more metaphorical. And the symbolism is fucking ridiculous in this show. Like, every single shot, there's some kind of symbolism. So if you really wanted to dig into the analysis, like, you could go through and be like, and in this shot, there's another rose, because that's also a vagina. But this time, it's being, stabbed with a fork instead of a knife or whatever. Like, it's just constant sexual symbolism, and... sexual undercurrents in the writing. The person who wrote this, Enokido Yoji, also wrote Fooly Cooly and Star Driver and a lot of weird shit with sexual undercurrents.
I remember Star Driver is the show that I watched the first
episode
of.
I went, what the fuck was that?
Just like for the whole episode, I just didn't understand anything what was happening.
Yeah, Yoji Enokido is a very strange writer, but... And yeah, and to Amy Worrell said, I had no idea this was written by the same person that did Fooly Cooly. They feel very different because of the different directors. And, like, so the team that made Utena is, like, a 5-person team that called themselves Papas, which you see at the start of each episode. And, like, but usually people sort of credit it mostly to the director, Ikuhara, because his other work looks like Utena and has, like, a lot of the same themes and the same kind of style. So... like, it's a lot easier to credit that to him, and Fooly Cooly is the same way. Like, the director of that show, Kazuyo Tsurumaki, had all of the ideas. Everything in the show is his creation, but the actual writer of both shows, who, like, made it into a structured story that you could follow, is the one who put all the fucking sex jokes in them. Like, in the case of Fooly Cooly, that's, like, the one part that the director was like, oh yeah, all the sexual stuff was pretty much Enokido Yoji, so, Yeah, he's just a horny fucking writer, I guess.
My new favorite writer, I guess.
I'm a big fan, especially for having written Utena. I feel like
It's interesting because the ghosts. It's interesting. Sorry, but I didn't love Fooly Cooly. It's fine. It's good. It's fun. But it's not my favorite thing. I like this in concept immediately a lot more, and also Star Driver. Even though the first episode, I didn't not understand what was going on, but it was just like,
why is
what?
this
Yeah.
happening? Whose idea was this? Now you know.
But yeah, this is a good show. I'm excited to watch more of it.
I feel like I've barely scratched the surface of what even could be said about this episode, but it's only because, like,
you can't talk about the future stuff.
yeah, and it'll be easier to just, like, in the future when we get there and be like, remember in the first episode when this happened? Well, now we really understand. So, like, yeah, it's very layered. There's... And again, it's a show with a lot to say. I do have an analysis video about this show I made a couple years ago. I have a beard in it, so I'm not going to rewatch it. But I'd be curious to know, like, now that I'm watching it again, like, if I really covered that much of what I had to say before, if I'm going to be in a totally different direction with it.
As someone who watched it like a month ago, you did a pretty good job. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
I want to know, Keksi, your closing thoughts on this one. Also, I'm going to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, cool.
All right. So with Utena, like Trixie was saying, there's a lot of stuff where you can't really talk about it without getting into other things that can happen later on. But I guess there's this one thing with it where I find this really funny. So the person who did the soundtrack for this, basically immediately after finishing Utena, I just picked some random anime for my plan to watch, and it was Cyber Team in Akihabara, which is like this little cute moe blob show from I think like somewhere like 97, 98 or something. And it's the same. I didn't know this going into it, but it's the exact same soundtrack guy that did it. So you just have like this really poetic, like elegant music paired together with these little like cute blob anime girls, and it doesn't fit whatsoever, but it also makes perfect sense. Like I don't really know how to explain it, but yeah, it's
I just
it's a
googled this
trip.
show and it looks incredible. It looks very cute.
It's amazing, dude. If you haven't even if you don't watch the show, like I recommend listening to the soundtrack, especially track 18, because it's like you can hear the Utena resemblance in this show, in the soundtrack. Like I'd be listening to these because I have like a playlist where I just like put all my music in if I'm gonna use it in like a video or something, like for background music, and my Utena and Cyber Team are like pretty close together in the playlist, so like it'll just start playing Utena like randomly while I'm listening to Cyber Team, and I'll have no idea it changed because it's like the exact same rhythm. It's so trippy. It's really weird.
In the chat, Ellen Horizon asks, I didn't imagine Cyber Team in Akihabara.
Yes. I don't know what you just heard from what I said, but
I was in the
Yeah, basically,
bathroom,
like-
so I missed it. But
Okay.
I've heard
Okay,
of
I'll-
this show, but I don't know anything about it.
Okay, basically what I was saying is so the person that did the soundtrack for Utena, I watched Utena like 3 or 4 months ago,
Mhm.
and basically like immediately after that I went on to watch Cyber Team and Akihabara. I just picked some random anime from like the 90s.
And it
that's
just
been on my
happened
plan
to have the
watch for
same.
ages. It has the same exact composer, and when you're listening to it, it's like I didn't know it was gonna be the same person, but like it's the exact same rhythm with how they like play the tracks, and it's just so funny hearing this like super poetic, elegant music paired on top of these like moe blob anime girls, and like I just like listen to like track 18 or something. You'll hear the resemblance pretty clearly. So
I will definitely.
it's pretty funny.
I will definitely
It's
do
so
that.
funny.
Bird, do you have final thoughts on this first episode of Utena?
I still have no idea what the fuck is going on in this show, but I'm excited to learn.
I'm glad because that seems to be the opposite of how you felt about this next show we're going to talk about.
This Monster?
Oh,
Monster.
Well, so it's not that
Monster.
Sorry, I'm just gonna get this out of the way now because I feel like it's kind of a hot-ish take. I've heard about Monster since before I started watching anime, because fucking everybody talks about this show, and so like I know Johan's.
Did you know Guillermo del Toro was going to do a live-action adaptation of this show for HBO?
No, that sounds awesome though.
It doesn't seem to have materialized.
But so, like, it's not that I'm not excited to see the rest of this show. It's just that they have to do it in such a way that all I knew about the show going in was Johan's the bad guy, and Tenma regrets saving the bad guy. And then I watched it, and they just set up it's what, like 50, 70 episodes, something like
70 episodes, yeah.
74.
that? 74, fuck.
It's a lot.
I watched through it, and it feels like they just kind of explain everything immediately, which usually I'm a fan of.
It's more like they imply everything immediately.
Yeah.
I think that's why it bothers you. Because we had the same issue with you watching the first episode of Paranoia Agent.
Yeah, I watched Paranoia Agent and kind of immediately understood everything that was going on in it and did not want to finish the show.
So what I think is both shows have they're kind of similar. They came out around the same time. They have similar kinds of character design where there's a lot of personality packed into the faces.
Yeah.
But it also means that it's like incredibly evident, like if a character's lying or like a scumbag, like it bleeds through the way that the characters are drawn. And so it's kind of like if you see it and you immediately get it, then when the characters then explain it, it feels redundant. And
I guess so. To boil it down how I feel about this show, I'm not against knowing pretty much everything that's going to happen in the show based off of the first episode. And just as a disclaimer, I usually spoil myself on shows. Mm-hmm. I have not spoiled myself on any of these shows. This is just like my exposure to the concept of Monster.
Well, this show has the problem of being difficult to even describe without at least spoiling some of it, because it takes a few episodes to set up the premise.
It's like 4 episodes, yeah.
So like by the time you get to the point where they're like, oh, he's like. So if you were like to read a plot description of this show, like you said, it's going to be like this guy saved a dude who turned out to be evil. It's going to take 4 episodes to watch him save the guy, watch the guy turn out to be evil, and it kind of feels like,
well, that's the other.
Did we need to take so much time to
that's
like
the other
establish the premise?
I
of
don't
the
think
show?
he turned out to be evil. He was evil.
Oh yeah, he just was evil already. Yeah.
But so what I mean by I really want this show to like take it in a way where I can watch 74 episodes of it is I'm less interested in the literal content of what happens in it and more of the concepts and the weird psychological stuff that's going on. And I feel like if they and I don't know, from what I've heard about the show, it is mostly that. And so I'm interested to see that.
Yeah.
But if it's just like over and over, Johan's a bad guy. Johan's a bad guy.
So Keksi, you've actually seen this whole anime before.
Yeah. Not just that, I consider this like my favorite anime for a solid like 2 years.
Damn.
So I'm gonna have a pretty different opinion than both of you on this. With this show, I actually really like that it's a slow pace. There's a lot of stuff about this that I just find very different from most other anime. In terms of things like, this is a very, if it's weird, it's like a very American styled show in how it's presented and how things are like displayed. Which I think adds like a different flair to it. It really does.
Yeah.
Like, there's that, and it's also like it's set in Germany, completely unrelated to Japan, pretty much, aside from the main character. There's just a lot about this show, and like the music is, I fucking love the soundtrack to this so much.
It's very good.
The opening, everything soundtrack wise is just like beautiful. And I think like a lot of my enjoyment for this show came more from not like the plot itself, but just from how Dr. Tenma's like mental state sort of progressed as it went on, and how much he like changes as a character, and also just seeing like
Okay,
That's
How
what probably
Johan
will sell me on
exists.
this.
what I'm gonna say, that's a huge vote of confidence for me wanting to finish the show.
Yeah,
I know I'm going to
Yeah.
have to anyway, but
well, just knowing, because like I guess the hardest thing for me, I've seen the first 3 episodes of this back in like 2007. I remember them pretty much perfectly, and I remember liking the show. But I think at the time it was like just too dark for me, in the sense that like, because by episode 3, like Tenma's like lost everything, and I just remember having this feeling of like, well, it's only gonna get worse from here. Like, shit, do I really want to put myself like through that? But I think the reason I didn't feel like so compelled to do so is Tenma is not immediately an interesting character. He's like,
I don't agree with that.
I think he's like emotionally, you can like resonate with him on an emotional level and wanting to like save this kid over doing what he has to do, like that whole
Yeah.
thing, and him relating to like this, like these Turks that like hate him, that
Yeah.
he didn't operate on them, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I am curious how often like that scenario, the Turks scenario, like actually comes up as a
Yeah.
doctor.
Right.
Because I mean, the show feels very real, and I will give it. I will give it that. I did not dislike it or not enjoy it. It's interesting, the ghosts, but sorry, I've said that twice now. I need to stop. Just real quick to explain why I keep saying that. If
I think you should leave with Tim Robinson.
Ghost Tours specifically, it's available
Go
on
watch
YouTube.
that skit. It's really fun.
But anyway, it's really interesting because it's, again, like Speed Racer, anti-capitalist, or at least anti-hospital.
Oh,
I really
yeah.
enjoy that aspect of it, of like, yeah, everyone that Tenma is working under is a total fucking asshole, and or even his wife or his fiance or whatever,
Yeah.
like literally the worst human being you could possibly imagine. I mean, until the show
That
goes
does
on, I
lead to-
guess.
the moment that from this episode I like the most is the moment when he realizes his fiance is fucking evil.
Well, people are born different. People aren't born equal. It's like,
Yeah.
wow, okay. I hope Johan kills you at some point.
So
Yeah, like, wait, real quick, just rewatching this, I just remembered I was talking to this about with my girlfriend earlier today. This is like the Oshinoko of like the medical industry, pretty much.
yes,
And I just can't get that, like everything, like the way that he has to go on this whole hunt for this person that like is doing all this bad shit, in the same way that Eyes, like Aqua, has to do this stuff. It's bad. It's so bad.
You know,
I've got
I'm thinking
rot.
about it. So the guy who wrote Monster, Naoki Urasawa, is considered by many people to be like the greatest living comic book artist. Period. He's done a bunch of. He did 20th Century Boys, which is also a classic manga.
great.
He did Pluto, which is a. How would I describe it? Like a fan comic of Astro Boy that's like more
Pretty
dark
much.
and adult. And I'm thinking about the fact that he made that, Astro Boy, and also that the father of manga, period, Osamu Tezuka, who created Astro Boy, was originally a doctor, and he left the medical industry because of exactly this shit. And he created Blackjack, which was the first anime doctor and first like major IP. But
Yeah.
Blackjack's thing was just he left the hospital industry immediately and just became a black market doctor who basically just fucks over rich people all day. Like every episode of Blackjack is him like charging someone $1 million or $1 billion yen or whatever to
Blackjack the one who was
get
like
fucked
blown up
over
by a
anyways.
Mine or something?
Yes,
Okay.
on a German beach. I think literally on like Normandy or something. Like him and his mom were just hanging out on a beach, and then he stepped on a mine. Maybe it was in Japan. I can't remember, but he was saved by doctors and so became a doctor. The 2013 series Young Blackjack is like a fan comic of Blackjack, similar to Pluto, but it's a year zero story and shows how through associating with communists in the 60s he got himself banned from the medical industry, lost his license because he was supporting or he saved like an insurgent or something like that, so when he wasn't supposed to be practicing. But yeah, like I can definitely see how somebody who's like a die-hard Tezuka fan to the point of even being like considered a sort of successor would want to talk about how the medical industry sucks.
I was just looking into the whole bomb thing for Blackjack, and it's just like he literally just finds a bomb on the beach.
Yeah, he's just walking on the beach and steps on a mine and blows up because they hadn't. Well, in the anime it shows like that there is a sign that says like warning, but it's like covered up. It's just like overgrowth on it.
You're right. I've only seen the first episode of Blackjack, but you're right. That is what happened. Fuck.
But yeah, so
when did that come out? We've got to cover that on this.
So the problem with Blackjack is that like it's got a bunch of random sporadic anime adaptations, but none of them are like complete. Just like all of. It's a very long manga. Anyway,
wait till we start. We read manga.
Returning to Monster. What I liked about this show more than anything is the tone. You mentioned, it's not set in Japan. The characters are all adults. It's very different from most anime already, just in those two things. The music is really good and haunting, and like...
Actually, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I've been watching a lot of Suits lately, and like the serious moments in Suits really feel like Monster to me. Where like and what I mean by that is Suits is like 90% just like Harvey Specter and Mike Ross wisecracking at each other constantly. Yeah. But when they get serious and it's like, this is how the legal system works, it's completely fucked up, you don't want to deal with it, it's literally the worst. Yeah. It feels exactly like this show to me. I don't know if it's really going to get as deep as this show. I doubt it. As
Keksi put it, the Oshinoko of the medical industry.
Yeah, it's just like, I feel like this show's good.
Sure, yeah. Well, Oshinoko is fucking terrible, but it had a lot to say.
It had a lot of so much to say that it doesn't need to.
Anyway, I'm trying to say about this show though, like all the stuff about the medical industry, the plot, all that stuff is good and solid as like a foundation. But to me, the flourish that makes the show, like that makes me feel it, is like the color tone and the very deliberate pacing and the way characters talk and the way Tenma is introduced. This is the first shot of Tenma. Yeah. It's just him shaking two people's hands because his hands are more important than the entire rest of him. He is a surgeon. He is a genius.
I am a surgeon. I am a surgeon. Sorry.
But like from most people's perspective, this is all he is. It's just basically a disembodied hand. And honestly, my impression of the character at the start is that is all he is. Like there doesn't seem to be anything to him other than that he's a master surgeon. And like he has a fiance, but there is no feeling whatsoever that he gives a fuck about her at all. Like
and neither would I.
Like, he's just kind of let himself be put into the situation that allows him to do what he thinks he is setting out to do, which is just, like, save people's lives. I'm just going to be the best at saving people's lives. And if you are the best at saving people's lives, it means you end up with the best at the best hospital. It means you end up married to the hottest chick. It means you have all the money, all the opportunity, all the connections. But none of that stuff actually means anything to Tenma. He just cares about saving lives super hard. Which makes him a great hero, but not yet really a great character. Because, like,
I'd say for like a lot of the story, he's kind of. I agree with what you're saying. I think he's more of like a character that he's kind of like a vessel that you explore these other characters through. Because there's a lot of characters later on that get brought up that most people will consider like their favorite in the entire show, and they're rarely ever like the main character.
Yeah.
So like, there's not much I can really say about that until you eventually get there. But
that is interesting to realize, though.
I do think like Tenma's personality, to an extent, it changes a lot throughout the story. I'd say, like, I mean, the core motives are there, but like he does get shaped by the people around him to an extent, and he kind of like, you'll see him slowly start to like change how he views things over time, I'd say.
I'm excited to see that, and it almost feels like he's awakening to like thought in this episode, like becoming not an NPC anymore. in a way.
Yeah.
Like he's
Pretty
broken
much.
out of the Matrix, I guess. Like this
Yeah, I
is
think that's what this like opening episode does a really good job conveying. Just like him realizing he has a personality, I guess.
yeah.
And yeah,
Or
this is
that
where he starts like just the journey of self-discovery. You'd say, you know.
So yeah, here's his fiance, and this is a perfect example of what I mean by like there's so
Yup.
much character in the face, and like
It's so obvious, dude.
but I'll say this as well. I watched this in 2007 when I was like 16, 17, and deeply Asperger's and not talking to people very much. I didn't realize that this woman was supposed to be a big cunt until like 2 or 3 episodes in. Like, because I just wasn't paying that much attention to like what she was saying. I was just like, yeah, whatever. That's his fiance. Like, she's the daughter of the guy who runs the hospital, and like, eventually she has a real mask off moment, but really there was not a mask. Like, if you're really paying attention, like just the facial expression here alone is like, oh god,
Yeah.
like what a repulsive person you look like, you know.
What even what she's saying here? Like,
A
because
princess like me should be the one waking up to a kiss.
well,
So,
and given the context as well, which is he
Yeah.
just got done doing a really intensive surgery and is asleep, and she's
Yeah.
waking him up for no reason.
yes. So she
Actually, no, there is a reason. He's on the news.
Yes, that's true.
And he's not even on the news.
No,
her
it's
dad is
about her
on the
dad.
news taking credit for the thing he just did.
But like what this face says to me is like she kissed him to wake him up because it's something she would want to happen to her. And so she's making sure he knows that, like, hey, I did this to you, but only out of resentment for the fact that you didn't think to have done this to me. And it's like, bitch, I don't even live in your reality. Like, yeah, she's awful. She actually, upon reinspection, everything she says is awful. Maybe I didn't understand because I'd never had an awful girlfriend before when I watched this, but I I've been through that now. So yeah, then we get to. I'm trying to think of the exact order of events here because yeah, so they watch the.
They see her dad taking credit for everything Tenma just did.
Yeah. He even says like, this wasn't even really like me on.
No, that's not what
TV.
happens. It's like a different doctor comes up to Tenma.
No, even in the scene, he
Oh,
says
really?
to her
Yeah.
like, I wasn't. He was like, I wasn't really on TV, and she's like, oh, but you were on TV in spirit through the fact that my dad was there, and then
God,
like,
they're the worst.
Yeah.
Her and her dad are the worst people.
and then the other
They
doctor's the one who's like the more cynical older one, who I think is kind of trying to look out for Tenma. Like he didn't have to tell him any of this, but he's
Yeah.
like, look, the director's fucking using you, man, and like. I'm sure for you that's going to mean more opportunities, so whatever, just like don't forget about me when you become rich and famous, but like that guy is just fucking using you. And then right after he has this conversation, he's accosted by the Turkish woman who's like, my husband was brought in first and you ended up operating on that opera singer and he died. Why did you let him die? And the answer, which I actually think is really interesting, is he had no fucking idea.
Yeah.
They just
Yeah,
didn't
just
give him
stare.
that information. And I totally believe that that's how they would do that. Like, you're not going to let the guy know that he's fucking somebody over. Like, even if you didn't think that he had, like, a massive conscience about it, like, why even risk a crisis of conscience? I think there's...
It would make him shaky. It would make him less of a good surgeon.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the most like realistic moment in this. I see this as, I don't know, every industry that gets to a level of like tenured employment and like people who have like a reputation to uphold that allows them to continue to make a fuckload of money. They are going to have the most insidious tactics to manage talent.
I think tenured is a bad word for it because tenure typically means it's really hard to get fired. Like when it comes to professors and stuff like that. I don't know if doctors have tenure and stuff like that, but like I'm thinking of the new Bob Odenkirk show, Lucky Hank. Because like that whole thing is, I have tenure, you can't do shit to me, so I'm just going to start being a total fucking cunt.
I think it's maybe what I mean is it's just like the upholding of a power structure, right? Like I want to draw a parallel to the entertainment industry to really get Oshinoko about it, but like in that industry, like you as the talent, like the you are replaceable in the sense that there is other talent that exists, but you are irreplaceable in the fact that none of them are you, and whatever you
That's
offer
also
is
a big thing in Suits.
interesting. But yeah, like the idea of like Tenma is he is the special one. Wherever he went would have the good reputation, but in order to keep the guy with the good reputation, you have to create like a whole system of like placation that will keep that person from thinking that they could be better off on their own or better off at a different place, you know? And obviously they're going to be getting offers from everybody who wants to use them, but it's like who can use you best, you know, is ultimately who's going to get control. And I've seen a lot of it, of this like, you know, well, just don't tell them any of the scary parts. Don't tell them the consequences. Don't tell them that stuff.
That
Keep them
actually,
happy.
big parallel to Cyberpunk Edgerunners. Don't fucking tell them shit they don't need to know. They just need to do this one job.
Yeah, because the more you tell them, the more they're gonna think about shit. And
Thinking is bad.
thinking is exactly what's about to cause Tenma to ruin his own life, because you know he got a little too sympathetic and forgot that the world is a cruel and bitter and awful place. And
You know, it's particularly funny. I mean, it's not funny, but it's interesting too, because like Tenma thinks he's doing a really good thing by saving Johan
Yeah.
instead of the mayor. And, you know, in any other case, he probably would be.
right.
Like, in any other case,
Well, that's what makes the show.
the director of the hospital is just a fucking cunt.
Yeah.
But he had to get that 1 in 1,000 or 1 in a million.
So, yeah, this is my favorite scene in the episode.
Oh my god, he looks so terrified.
After Tenma's accosted by the Turkish woman, he's like really having a crisis of conscience about it. This scene, he's out at dinner with his fiance, and they are just having two entirely different conversations.
So anyway, I went out to the store today, and I went there with my friend, and we found this one dress that we both really loved, but actually there was only one left in the size we had, so of course I got it because I'm way more important than her.
Wow, that actually is like what she says. I'm impressed you remembered. That's like the conversation.
And then he goes, man, I really wish that Turkish woman hadn't, like, accosted me in the hospital today. And she went, well, you know, honey, some people are born more important than others. You don't really have to worry about that.
And then he just, like...
I just picture her as a Valley girl. I know she's German and she wouldn't have that accent, but it's just the only way I can hear her voice.
He has a look of abject
Horror. It's terrifying,
on his
actually.
face. And I love that it cuts to... I don't know if this is vegan propaganda, but it cuts to her like,
cutting a
steak, and you know, it's like...
I've not seen a lot of, like, steak in anime that looks as good as, like, a real steak.
But no, yeah, it just shows him like fixating on how disgusting she looks, like chewing the fat on this steak and just...
Which honestly, you can chew a little fat, that's fine, but just cut the fucking fat off before you cook it. Let's be real.
Yeah, he's her whole existence has... I just imagine, as when we were watching this, I was just like, imagine looking at a person who you thought you were going to marry like this. Like having this level of, oh, fuck. Like
if you didn't realize Ava was a bitch yet, now you do. This is like the end-all be-all point for her, honestly.
I think it says a lot about where Tenma's at, that he doesn't have like the strength inside of him to rebuke her or argue. He's just afraid. He's just like
baffled.
He's like, what have I become? What is this life I'm living? Oh, don't worry, Tenma. You won't be living this life for long. So then we cut to some cops are investigating a big homicide. There's a
scary
dead rich couple and then a haunted little girl.
Well, no, so they had actually, this couple had been shown on screen in like a TV ad earlier.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
they
don't know.
were in the ad when they woke up. Yeah.
I don't know if it explains who they are, but this is like 80s Germany, so the Berlin Wall is still up. This is a family that has escaped from East Germany.
Okay.
At least I'm pretty sure that's what it is. I don't know that they explicitly say it, but I looked into it a little bit just because I was curious. Like, are they politicians? Like, what's going on here? Why are they on the news? But as far as I can tell, it's just they escaped from East Germany and that's it.
Yeah, they just did something good or something like that.
So, yeah, they're dead, and there's also a kid who's been shot in the fucking head, and
And there's a
sister
girl
is
who
mortified.
just kind of stands there and doesn't say anything.
Yeah.
And she's just like, ah. Well, she's not even like, she's just like that.
Did you spoil yourself for whether or not your theory as to what happened is correct? Or would you like to state your theory? Because some people consider it a spoiler to, like, guess the plot of a show while you're talking about it. I don't.
I didn't spoil myself on this. But, like... So, I'm gonna...
You haven't... what you mean to say is you don't know if this is true.
Yes.
But this is your theory as to what happened.
Johann has to have killed them.
Yeah.
I don't know why he killed them. And then... I also don't have anything to back this up, but it's mostly because I watched Mahou Shoujo Magical Destroyers recently, and I have a strong suspicion that Anna shot Johann, especially because later in the episode she goes, kill, ... and doesn't say who it is. Has to be Johann. I don't know who else she could be talking about. As for why any of that happened, Johann's fucking evil. I don't know.
Yeah, so the Magical Destroyers comparison is because in that show there's an episode where an older brother asked his little sister to kill him, and she obliged, but she is like
regretful.
Want to
do it.
Yeah, she didn't want to do it, and she's still kind of upset about it. But that's what while she was upset, like, he gets brought back to life as a floating cartoon head that can transform into anything, and they have a big funny fight. But
aside from all that,
none of that's gonna happen in this show.
but like, am I kind of on track for what I think happened here? Like, he definitely killed them, right?
I have no idea. I didn't look into it.
Oh, okay. Well,
I was just I wanted you to state your theory, but not if you had confirmed that it was true.
Already. No, I haven't spoiled myself for these.
Keksi, you're at your own liberty whether you want to say anything.
I'm like, for the people watching that don't want to get spoiled on anything, honestly, I don't remember. It's been so long since I watched this that there's so many things in this show that, like, it's like one of those, oh, it's this, and then they throw you off track. It's actually this, and then like by the end you're just like, what is even going on? It's one of those things where it's left like semi-ambiguous as to everything, kind of. They don't straight up tell you.
Okay.
So it's hard for me to, like, you're like kind of on track, but not completely.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Cool.
Well, that's the death scene, and then here's her in the hospital saying kill. Is she saying kill Johann? Probably.
No, yeah. So this is what, like, made me have this theory, is her going kill. It's like, who the fuck else could she be talking about right now?
Yeah.
There's, like, I don't get it. And mostly it's because, like, if someone else did kill the parents and shot Johann, why wouldn't they shoot her too?
Well, see, my first assumption had been that he killed the parents and then shot himself, but I like your theory that he had her do it. Especially because he could have told her specifically to shoot him in a way that wouldn't kill him. If he
I hadn't thought about that, but yeah, that's right. I mean, if he is the like evil mastermind that WatchMojo.com has taught me he is, yeah, he would probably know that as a 6-year-old.
So the long and short of it is, when he saved the opera singer, like, he does bring up to the hospital director at one point, like, the shit about the opera singer, and he's just like, look, we made a fuckload of money, like, these people, like, if we save people who directly fund the hospital, then we're going to keep the hospital open. He is a real, like, dickbag about the way he approaches this, because it's simultaneously, like, theoretically you're not wrong. I think that's kind of what this show I don't know. I could be wrong about this, but the fact that saving Johan is such a bad idea makes me think that what the show is saying is like, in theory, what the hospital director's saying isn't totally wrong. It's that in practice, he's using all that money to live like a lavish piece of shit. Like, he's not helping anybody on the back end. If he was using all of that, like, if all of it was going back into helping more people, then yeah, helping out a rich person today could help out a bunch of poor people tomorrow if you pass along what you gained from the rich person. But he's not. He's living this ridiculous, I think they talk about like some crazy vacation they have planned or something at one point.
No, yeah, it's like it's their wedding. I think he's talking about, or something like that. They're talking about some big event, and the director goes, "Hey, is your dad gonna come out?" And Tenma goes, "No, my dad runs a small family clinic in Japan. He doesn't have the time to do things like that." And both the director and his daughter are just incredibly offended by this. They don't
they're like,
understand
he can't
it at
afford
all.
a short trip overseas, and it's like, no, he has to work. He has to do shit. Like,
Well, I don't even think it's that he couldn't afford it. It's just that, like, he doesn't have anyone to replace him.
yeah, that too. So, yeah, it's just like, and of course this all happens inside of like the conversations inside this big mansion with all this expensive furniture, and you got the gold digging daughter, and it's just like, it's transparently clear that regardless of how sensical anything they're saying is, the way that these characters live is what makes them fucking terrible people, you know, regardless of any of it. But they've got Johan with the hole in his head in there, and the mayor comes in with some, you know, emergency, and they're like, hey, look, the mayor obviously subsidizes our hospital. Like, we need to take care of this guy. Tenma can't bring himself to have the same thing happen again as with the Turkish person. So at the last minute, he's like, fuck all y'all. I'm saving that child. And that's how the episode ends. But needless to say, because there wouldn't be a show otherwise, this is a huge mistake. Or it's not, because I mean, you could. I mean, well, look. Was life gonna be better if he stayed working for the douchebag hospital and ended up married to the cunt wife and like never became? I don't know if he improves as a person by the end of the show, but I assume he becomes maybe a better person.
I'd hope so, but like, if so, in terms of having bad things happen to you, yeah, his wife's a cunt, her dad's a cunt, but like, do you want bad in-laws and a wife, or do you want someone who's actively trying to ruin your life to see how you react to it?
Okay, I guess if he's going that far, then yeah.
And again, this is just based on my understanding of Johan, based on WatchMojo.com.
Yeah, I don't want to say too much more about like this, because I feel like most of the things you guys are, I guess, like theorizing about are basically like fully explained at like once you reach episode 4, because that's when everything kind of like all the shit hits the fan. I think next episode is when this one thing happens that you're gonna. I guess you're gonna. It's weird because Tenma doesn't really ruin his life by doing this. He ruins his own life after he already had a chance to like have a good life. It's kind of weird. I'm pretty sure Johan just like outright tells this in episode 4, so I just wait till then, I guess.
Interesting. Yeah. Well, do you have any final thoughts on this first episode of Monster?
Keksi has made me a lot more hopeful for the rest of the show.
Yeah, I'm excited about it because I really don't know where it goes, and I have read 20th Century Boys. That manga was fucking insane. Your entire grasp of what the story is kind of changes every few volumes. So if this is anything like that, then
it's pretty similar.
Okay.
I went like straight off the hooves of this. I went to 20th Century Boys, and they're pretty similar. I still don't know which one I consider better. But yeah, they're both up there for sure.
This isn't gonna get like as fantastical as that, is it?
No, no.
Okay. Okay.
This is more grounded in like realism. More instead of like giant robot sort of shit. This is more like human psyche kind of stuff. I don't remember exactly what happened in 20th Century Boys, but like there was a massive bomb or some shit. It was weird. But
20th
yeah,
Century Boys.
there's a lot.
There's like a whole 10-year time skip in like after
Yeah.
like 5 volumes or something.
Yeah, it's wild.
Of the 22 volumes. Anyway, all right, that's it for Monster. It's time for Steins Gate.
This show is a lot of fun, and at first I didn't understand it at all until it clicked immediately that the main character, Lab Coat Man, is just completely schizo. Like, he just, like, because a lot of what he says just doesn't make a whole lot of sense, or it will later in the show, I guess, but, like, because what really did it for me, where it clicked like, oh, he's just kind of insane, was when he's talking on the phone to nobody.
Yeah.
I thought that was really fun.
She grabs the phone and she's like, "This is not on."
Because so I've also through Watch Mojo, I've been aware of this show, and not I don't think in as spoilery of a way as Watch Mojo talks about Monster. I'm sorry I bring up Watch Mojo so much. It's just like how I became aware of a lot
It's
of
what
these
it
anime.
is.
So my understanding of the show is there's some kind of time machine, and there's a really smart guy who created the time machine. And so going into this, I was like, oh, Lab Coat Man, our main character, he's going to be really smart, and he's going to know exactly what he's doing. And that is not the case at all.
No, he is a dumbass Spurg who...
Well, I don't think he's a dumbass. I do think he's smart. I just think on top of the smart, he's a schizo, and he can't separate the smart from the weird delusions he's having, even if some of them happen to be correct.
So,
and I do think some of them have to be correct.
I will say it gets when you know the whole story of this show, it is a little cloudy how delusional he is and how much he's just having fun. Because eventually we'll learn that there is like a reason he started acting this way, and it was basically to cheer up Mayuri.
Oh, I forgot about her. So actually, this show, I love Mayuri so much. Yeah, and the metallic Upa or Upa.
Meteru Upa.
Yeah.
Upa.
No, she's the best. I really love her. Watching more of her is enough for me to want to finish this show. She's just a lot of fun.
She's
So
voiced
cute.
by Kana Hanazawa, who is one of my favorite voice actresses.
Kana Hanazawa. What?
Yep.
I don't know.
You definitely have seen her in other things.
I'm finding that out.
And also Hoin Kyoma, our main boy, Okarin, is voiced by who did I point out that he was voiced by the same guy as? Oh,
Dio.
Death the Kid.
Oh, Death the Kid.
Yeah. No. Dio, I don't think Dio's in this.
No, I was just joking because it's usually Dio.
You thought it was fucking someone else, but it was me, Dio.
Apparently, fucking Kana Hanazawa is in Kamikatsu. It doesn't say who she plays, but
Oh, I think she's the pink-haired girl, the one,
that
the
would make
sluttier
sense.
one.
That's so funny. Kamikatsu only has the English voice actors listed on IMDb.
Enough about Kamikatsu, which we forgot to watch the last episode of this week. I guess we'll do that next week. I totally forgot about it till just now. That's what 20 hours of driving will do to you. Anyway, Steins Gate. It's hard for me to describe this first episode. I have a whole 30-minute video about just this episode called How to Recognize a Good Anime in Just One Episode, but it's mostly me defending the quality of it and that it makes sense more so than trying to explain it in too much depth. And it's hard to do without spoilers because there's a lot of shit in this episode that just seems random or you probably wouldn't even think about or take note of unless you've seen the show, and then you're like, oh fuck, wait, oh damn, it's that thing.
I know exactly what I know Kana Hanazawa from and why I like her and think she's the red blood cell in Cells at Work.
Amazing.
which is like the cutest. I remember watching Cells at Work and thinking, I can't finish this show, but this is really cute. Red Blood Cell's adorable. Anyway, sorry, I'll stop talking about her.
So.
Oh, she's also Akane in Psycho-Pass. Now I will stop.
Yeah. The way I'm distracted by the fact that Bird is slumped in his chair to the point that his legs are substantially above his head, and
one of my legs, the other one is not.
So, I would consider this a great tone-setting episode. It definitely makes you feel a little bit insane. It makes you question everything and how real any of it is and what matters and what doesn't. And again, if you've seen the show, you know exactly what's going on. You know exactly what matters and what doesn't and why it's happening. But even then, like, I say exactly, but like, actually putting the events in order is a little bit difficult because there's just so many complicated things. Like, there's one moment where he, like, just kind of looks on the roof and, like, sees something scuttling around and, like, it doesn't come up again. And unless you've seen the show, you just wouldn't know what the fuck was going on there and probably wouldn't think about it. But then, like, if you have seen it, you're like, oh, that's the part where she was doing this. So, yeah, it's one of those, like, literally all of it makes sense, but it can't possibly now. And so it just feels like you're having a schizophrenic break, and like, the imagery is trippy. It opens with like all this like weird CGI and like Serial Experiments Lane style like trippy shots as Ocarina is giving this speech about like how wise men can be the greatest fools, and like just saying all this edgy shit while he's standing on the roof with Mayuri. And like Bird said, at this point you don't really, like, you have no reason to think that this guy is smart or stupid or insane,
but he knows about
or whatever
John
he
Teeter,
might be.
so.
Like, you could think that he is like a super genius, and as the episode goes on, you're kind of more convinced that he's just like a schizo. But some of that under analysis, like, so for instance, the scene with Makise Kurisu, where she pulls the phone away and he's talking to no one. Like, the way I would explain that scene is he's never met this woman before. He has no idea that she is in Japan at all. She's an American who had a paper published in a science magazine that he reads. She comes up to him and just says, "What were you trying to say to me earlier?" In his mind, he's like, I have no idea who you are. I haven't said anything. He's also like kind of a dweeb, so he's talking to like a super hot girl out of nowhere. And then he realizes, wait a minute, you're Makise Kurisu.
I read an article by you.
I literally know who you are. And she's like, oh, are you like a college student? And he's like, no, I'm a researcher. And then she brings up the, like, but what were you trying to tell me earlier? And, like, he's literally just so confused that he starts doing weird shit to get himself out of the situation. So he's not, like, legitimately talking, like, to an organization. He's just, like, doing a thing that will, like, hopefully scare her away or something. But we also know that he does this. Like, we know he does it in other situations, in front of other people, or even just to himself. So that's where you raise the question of, like, how much of it is him being crazy, and how much of it is him being reasonable in a weird way. In this case, he is kind of being reasonable in a weird way. He's just scared. He just doesn't know why this is happening. And you kind of get that when he runs away, and then he runs the corner, and, like, we get, like, you know, his actual internal monologue, and he's just like, what the fuck was that? Like, why is Makise Kurisu talking to me? What's going on? What was that noise I heard? Like, and so that's where his actual paranoia starts setting in, but it's a much more mild thing than what he's pretending. He's pretending like he thinks there's an evil organization monitoring his thoughts.
Wait, he's pretending that?
Yes, all of that shit. All of that shit
like
is just something he's doing for fun. But he
For
becomes
fun? That doesn't sound fun at all, but okay.
It's mostly to entertain Mayuri, because I'm this is such a minor spoiler, it doesn't really matter to say. It's kind of weird that it takes so long for it to come up in the show, but like basically her, like, I don't remember if it was her parents or just like a grandparent, somebody who like raised her died, and she was like so despondent that she wasn't speaking.
So he's just always being nice to her.
Yes, he started acting out to get her to laugh, and when he realized it would work, he just kept acting out. She thinks it's fun, and she thinks he's having fun, so she just lets him, like, she knows he's doing it for her sake. That she'll kind of reveal that later, but like,
You know, the Simpsons meme, do it for her.
yeah, exactly. But the act he's doing is couched in the things that he's a fan of, which is all this sci-fi stuff, and when it starts becoming real, he does think he's going insane. And like, this is an example of that. Somebody just came up to him and told him that he said something to her 15 minutes ago, and he doesn't remember that happening. So now he's like, oh fuck, have I made myself crazy by like doing this character, you know?
Yes.
Yes, the answer is yes. So that's where, like,
If you have to ask yourself the question, probably. Just as a general rule.
but yeah, like, watching this episode for the first time, you have no clarity in like how intelligent is this dude really? How paranoid is he really? How much of this is being funny? How much of this is just being a nerd? And I think as the episode goes on, it is a little bit more clear that he is putting on a show because Daru, when he gets introduced, is constantly poking at it.
Yeah.
Like, Mayuri's letting him have his fun. Daru thinks he's a fucking dweeb and a chunibyo and doesn't like it. But anyway, so early in the episode, again, it's hard for me to really describe because it's hard for me to figure out what details are worth bringing up now because most of it won't mean anything. It's just a bunch of like esoteric images of these two kind of walking around Akihabara, but they're getting ready for a conference. There's a guy who's claiming that he has cracked some kind of time travel thing, and
then he hands out like a little packet of papers explaining everything.
I think that might be my next screen cap.
Okay, and basically just goes, excuse me, sir. These are just stolen from John Teeter.
Yes.
Which my only exposure to John Teeter is the Justin Wang video on John Teeter. And about 5 minutes, or maybe, I don't know, a couple minutes into the show, she pauses it and
Before this scene, I was like, hey, do you know who John Teeter is? And is it Teeter?
Teeter, who cares?
So I was like, do you know who John Teeter is? And you were like, vaguely. And I was like, it will be important. He's kind of a character.
Well, you didn't say kind of. You said he is a character. And so I was like expecting for a John Teeter to show up.
It'll kind of happen eventually. But yeah, so John Teeter, I literally remember this because I remember my dad geeking out having read this, that like he kind of believed it. He was like, yeah, this guy says he's from the future and all the stuff he says is pretty believable. So like if it starts turning out to be true, then we'll know. And like,
I'm just going to real quick read what John Teeter claimed to happen.
I'm sure it's ridiculous shit and my dad is being crazy.
He claimed he was from 2036. Apparently, he claimed that a nuclear war was going to happen. I want to know time, like dates, though. I don't care.
Look, all you need to do is watch that I Think You Should Leave sketch where the Scrooge meets the ghosts of Christmas.
Friggin' bonies!
The ghost of Christmas way future. And he's in a mech
Hang on,
suit.
real quick. Keksi, we've been referencing the show a lot. Have you seen I Think You Should Leave, or are you aware of it?
No, I'm not aware of that whatsoever.
It's a sketch comedy show on Netflix, and
it is maybe
it's
the
very
funniest
good.
sketch comedy show I've ever seen. But it's
anyway,
no
we
more
should stop
referencing
referencing
that show.
it because Keksi doesn't know what it is.
So yeah, like, again, the early part of this episode is really just these characters kind of hanging out and being themselves as they wait for this thing. There's a gacha machine full of Oopas There's not many in the series left, and Mayushi is all depressed. She really wants an Upa. She doesn't have any money because she's been giving all her money to this idiot to run his lab. And
Oh, okay, hang on. Sorry, I'm reading the John Teeter thing. John Teeter claimed that a civil war in the United States would begin in 2005 and end in 2015 with a brief but intense World War III, resulting in the United States splitting into 5 regions. So, he's wrong.
I'm looking really closely at these gacha machines because this one almost looks like Ganondorf from a distance, but when you get up close, it's clearly not Ganondorf, which is unfortunate. So anyways, she wins a metal Upa, which is like a super rare Upa.
It's worth 10,000 yen.
Yes. So they need to make sure they sell that shit. But yeah, he accosts this guy who's giving this speech and is like, this is all John Titor shit. I'm out. And basically he's just going to leave when he happens into Kurisu. We already kind of went over this scene, but she's just like, why'd you say that shit to me? And he's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Ah! And he runs away.
So based on the end of this episode, is what he said to her, hey, you're gonna die?
Probably.
Okay.
Yeah. I think he told her something to that effect. And then he goes and finds her body. I'm thinking about it now. I can't describe what's actually happening here at all without spoiling it. Like, this will all be clarified eventually, and it's more complicated than it seems at first.
How long is this show?
24 episodes.
Okay,
like
cool.
It's pretty short.
Pretty short.
It's a pretty open and shut case. But yeah, he finds her. We hear a scream. It sounds like him screaming from somewhere else in the building.
Well, you didn't need to say that. I didn't.
It just it's the same voice. It's his voice. Like,
yeah, I didn't catch that though. Like, I didn't think that was immediately evident, and now I'm thinking it is his voice because you've seen the show.
I mean,
and also when the scream happened, you said something to the effect of, you don't really know what this is now, and you really won't for quite a while. But when you hear about it later, it's gonna make a lot more sense.
I just remember being like, wait a minute, that wasn't a woman's scream. I guess because I knew he was about to find Kurisu's body, so I was confused as to why I heard a man scream, and I also thought, that sounds an awful lot like the same voice actor. But yeah, he runs in the direction of the scream and ends up finding Kurisu dead on the ground, and he's just like, what in the fuck? And he goes running outside. He
sees Mayori and helps her or something.
For a second, everyone in the streets seems to disappear, and he's just there entirely by himself, and then suddenly everyone's back. And he says to Mayuri, did you see that? Did you see everybody just disappear for a second? And she's like, no. And then some rubble falls on his head. He looks up, and there is what looks like a satellite crashed into the roof of the building that all these events took place in.
Yeah. And can we just take a second here to appreciate the sound design when he hits the phone and all of a sudden everything just vanishes and there's this white noise?
Yeah.
Because it's so staggeringly off-putting. It's so good. The sound design throughout this entire episode in the series is so good. It feels like the director for this, he just took everything that he did with Technolize and put it into the most mainstream appealing anime possible, and it's so good.
Big shout outs to Hiroshi Hamasaki. I don't know what he's done since Steins Gate.
He hasn't done much. I was looking earlier today because I feel like he's kind of gone off the grid for a while.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And I don't think he was the sole director of this show.
Yeah, there were two.
But I think the other guy was the one who did Steins Gate Zero, thus revealing that he was not the talent.
The wrong one.
If I'm wrong about that, let me know in the comments. But yeah, no, for sure the vibe of this is very similar to Technolize or to Shigurui, which he also directed. But yeah, way more accessible. And but even still, this episode, I mean, this is the weirdest episode of this show. And again, I think it was mostly to set that tone of not really clearly being sure what to expect, how much of this is real, what do I need to keep track of. In the same sense of how like Monster, you felt like it revealed a lot about
No,
what
this
the
didn't
central
reveal
plot
anything.
is.
I'm so fucking
This was
confused.
like, what the fuck am I watching? And I remember the first time I saw this being like, I can't tell if this is like the coolest thing ever or just like okay. But episode 2 had super sold me on this show. Mostly because I love the dialogue, and we'll get to some of that in a second when the characters actually start really talking. But yeah, I definitely think this was meant to sort of more so be a tone setter and get you like really curious about what the fuck was going on, because it does take like 8 or 9 episodes for the plot to really pick up, and then it's just like charging like a train, you know. So it's one of those where a lot of people will say like, oh yeah, Steins Gate, it doesn't get good till episode 9, or like, oh, the first episode really sucks and you can't tell what's going on. And that was why I made a whole video just defending this episode.
Yeah, like I think this entire first episode did a really good job. Even if you don't understand what's going on, it's still like you want to know what the fuck is happening. I don't know. Yeah, it's weird.
So this is my favorite scene in this episode is when
He starts talking to the alpaca man.
yeah. So it starts off like it feels like you're from the perspective of a camera or something, but you've got these scan lines and a warped perspective. So it's actually a CRT monitor, but as if it were viewed from the inside, and it's Hooi and Kyoma just sort of first person introducing the characters and the setting. Mayuri, the cosplay expert, Daru, the technician, and himself, the mad scientist. But eventually it's revealed that he's saying all of this to Alpaca Man, which, from what I understand, is
a video game
character.
character.
It's a parody of the game Seaman for, I think, the Dreamcast, maybe the Saturn. And Seaman was a game where you've got like a fish with a human face that you talk to with the microphone peripheral.
Oh my god, I just looked up Seaman. This guy's fucking terrifying.
Yeah, it's a weird thing.
It is the Dreamcast.
And Alpaca Man is the same concept, but with a human face on an alpaca body.
Oh my god.
They never show a microphone peripheral. I don't know if he's just talking into the television where Alpaca Man is statically standing, or if he's like actually talking to a video game. I think that would have been funnier, but also harder to understand for anybody who's never heard of Seaman, so that might be why they did it this way. But yeah, like, I just keep thinking about Alpaca Man. It's such a funny design.
Hang on. Keksi's girlfriend said once the stream is over, I will kill Keksi, so we have to keep the stream going forever. Hashtag save Keksi.
Oh god. Please, guys. Trying to sleep.
So yeah, he introduces the whole gang. It's a fun scene because of the camera perspective. There's a bunch of banter between him and Daru. Mostly what the dialogue in this show is meant to tell you is these people are on the internet a lot. Daru uses tons of 2-channel slang. He's always talking about what thread he's in. Like when Okabe starts talking, he'll be like, "Oh, this is one of those threads." So yeah, he just talks as if the whole world is the internet.
I mean, my favorite part is when Okabe he's like introducing Daru basically, and he goes, "We've known each other for 3.5 years," and Daru goes, "No, I mean we met in high school, and you didn't really talk to me for a year, so we've really only known each other for 2 years." And yeah. I find pretty much everything you say incomprehensible.
Yeah. They go to their landlord, who...
To fix the microwave, right?
No, to fix the TV. The TV was broken, and this guy runs a TV repair shop and is also their landlord. And he's trying to upcharge them because they never really pay that they're supposed to, and he's like, trying to haggle with them. He insistently calls this guy Mr. Brown. Because, TVs have brown tubes in them. I think this gets explained later. So they have a microwave with a telephone hooked up to it and a plate that spins backwards. And for some reason, when you put bananas in it and cook
turns
them,
into gel.
They turn into gel.
Well, and I think it's safe to assume that anything you put in the microwave would probably turn into gel, right?
I mean, I've never seen anything turn into gel before in the way that these things do.
No, in the show.
Oh, yes. Anything you put in the microwave will
Not
turn
in
into gel.
general putting things
Okay.
in the microwave.
Look,
Wow,
I'm
really
tired too.
Yeah, no, I know.
The
The phone microwave. Name
the phone
subject
microwave,
to change.
name subject to change, is operated by texting it, and that is how we're going to end up discovering the main mechanic of this show. Because as they are, Daru and I think they're basically like in the same day again, right? Isn't he like confused because he's like,
Yeah, I think
I
so.
thought we already went to this thing, and so they're going up the elevator, and he asks Daru about some texts that he sent him, and Daru's like, "Oh, you mean those texts I got a week ago that was broken weirdly into segments about how you saw Makise Kurisu get stabbed?" And he's like, "A week ago? But this should have happened today." And then he realizes that this means that the messages went back in time, and then the elevator opens and Kurisu is standing right there. Oh my god! Sounds like
I
he
have
changed
no idea
the
what to
past.
think about this show at all. I mean, this was a really fun and entertaining episode, but in terms of where we're going past this, not a fucking clue.
I'm pretty sure that the moment when everybody disappeared is when he was sent back in time. Like,
Yeah.
Wait, he was sent back?
well,
in
his like, rather I should say, when he began experiencing a different timeline. Like his perspective on that day started over again, as opposed to continuing. I think, I don't know. Again, the powers are kind of hard to explain in this show, but we'll get there. Do you have any parting thoughts before we move on?
I'm fucking sleepy.
All right. What do we have left? Oh, yes.
Gundam Witch from Mercury prologue. This was simultaneously adorable and terrifying.
Yeah, I can tell the show's going to be really sad.
And really good.
Yeah, and it's interesting comparing it versus Mobile Suit Gundam, because I don't think it's the age that makes them different. It's that, like, Mobile Suit Gundam is directed by Tomino, and everything he's directed feels like that, just like that constant breakneck weird shit happening. This show is so much more normal in terms of, like, there's scenes where they have, like, conversations, and it's like a few minutes of characters just kind of being in the place. Not that there haven't been other Gundams, like, there's been a bunch of shows that are not directed by Tomino, but this is the one that, like, it still has that feeling of grit and realism, and, like, it was almost confusing to me because so Gundam shows are broken up into two different types. There's Universal Century, which are shows that take place in the same timeline as the original Gundam, and then there's Alternate Century, which is just usually just their own thing. And I'm pretty sure this is an Alternate Century show, but it uses so much of the visual language of the original that it feels like it's set in that universe, like just a little further in the future where the technology's changed. So that was an interesting feeling to me because it doesn't have a part. This is the prologue episode, so I don't know if this happens in episode 1 where they'll actually explain, like,
What the fuck is
what
going on?
is
How
the
does
plot
the
or
technology
setting?
work? What is
Yeah.
Gund?
I
I
did
guess
I
explain
accidentally
Gundam.
watched the first episode of this. Like, just to preface before we so when, like, I got the list for this for the
Yeah.
shows I needed to watch, I watched episode 1 because I didn't know a prologue existed. And
Neither did I when I made that list for you.
All right. So yeah,
Found
this
that out
prologue
later.
though, this prologue though was fucking amazing. Like, it's weird because episode 1 is so different from what this is. Like, I guess you'll see it next week, but it's pretty strange.
Is it like?
It's more like typical, like, new girl goes to new school and she meets all these people, whatever
Okay,
stuff
hilarious.
happens.
Apparently,
Like,
Witch
yeah,
from
that-
Mercury was written by the same guy who did Code Geass.
Oh, okay.
That may or may not be a good sign, but
And
we'll
that's
find
because
out.
I learned that from Amy Worrell in the chat, who finishes it with, which was surprising to me, considering that Witch is actually good. And I liked Code
Okay.
Geass. I don't know.
I enjoy Code Geass.
Yeah, same.
But yeah, this show. First, what grabbed me is it opens with a pilot inside of a mech doing some kind of check procedure. I think it's really interesting that it opens with this scene because this is not a thing in any other Gundam. This is not how Gundams work. There's never been a connect to layer and correspondence with layer, whatever the fuck all this
What do
shit
layers
is.
even mean?
They usually don't have like even a like visual display that you can interact with. Like I've never seen a Gundam operate like this, but it's so well realized. Like because they're using a lot of technical jargon, but the imagery looks like all of that jargon means something. Like you can see them doing the stuff they're talking about. And all you really need to understand is there's a bunch of layers, but they can't connect to layer 33. For whatever reason, you know, they
It
keep
might be like a
because-
synchronization thing, like how intact they are, sort of like an Ava mech sort of thing.
That's
Yeah.
the vibe I'm
Totally
getting for sure.
But yeah.
I wonder if, just based on how this episode goes, I wonder if the mom's gonna end up part of the robot.
It could happen. But yeah, she keeps trying to connect to this layer and she can't, and it's a problem they've been having. And then her daughter, a little 4-year-old, comes floating into the hangar, and everybody's like, "Hey, it's the kid," and they're talking about the robot. This show does a really good job of utilizing a child's perspective in an interesting way, where and conversing with a child, because the mom has just like failed the activation again, and the daughter, her understanding of this is just it won't wake up, and so she's like why won't it wake up? And then the scientist woman explains, like, this thing is an infant, it can't even roll over in its crib yet. Like, you are basically the way that the child understands this is, I'm its big sister.
Which is adorable.
It's adorable, but also one of those things where you're like, this is going to mean so much more than just like a cute little joke. Like she just, because in a about 20 years ago, 15 years ago, there was an alternate century Gundam show called Gundam 00, where infamously the main character claims, I am Gundam. He like believes himself to be the Gundam, and like a lot
Aren't
of these.
we all Gundam?
'Cause we're all Gundam. Anyway, yeah, the girl thinks she's the Gundam's big sister. I'm sure that is going to be literalized in some kind of comical way later. But yeah, what we learn about the Gundams, this is so I'm unclear if all Gundams are Gund in this universe.
I think Gund is just the name of the technology of this stuff. The weird biomechanical stuff.
So the idea is like the theme in this is that human bodies are not adept to living in space.
Or piloting Gundams, apparently.
And in mainline Gundam, in Mobile Suit Gundam, much later into the show, we will eventually learn about new types, which are the next stage of human evolution that has evolved to live in space. This show doesn't seem to have new types. Instead, it's just like, hey, humans can't live in space without modification. So Gund is essentially like synthesizing new type as like as a physical thing instead of as a mental thing or weird spiritual thing or whatever you're supposed to take it as in Gundam. So like Gund is the technology that lets them adapt physical bodies to live in space, and so Gundam is like the robot made with Gund technology, I think, because I think all Gundams function like this in this world, where they're like more like Evas, where there's like a physical give and take between you and the robot, and like the more you push it, the more it takes from you. Again, not clear if all Gundams work that way in this show, but no Gundams ever have in any other show.
Explain anything.
So we also learned that the mom, when she was younger, was trained by the head scientist. She saved her life by giving her a Gund arm. And we also learned that like the Gund arm randomly shuts off sometimes. It just has to have like its energy core replaced or whatever. So that seems really dangerous.
It's a little scary.
And yeah, from this woman who runs this whole Gund operation, basically, she thinks that Gund is the future. Like, humankind is not going to be able to do it without this shit. And the Ilfrith, the robot, is like, basically they're making it so that they can advance the technology, like to understand the technology better.
I don't think that Gundam is called the Ilfrith, because when the dad goes out in a Gundam later, he calls that the Ilfrith as well.
Okay, so the blue one is the Ilfrith?
I think so, yeah. I'm not sure.
Or maybe that's just the technology that is in these Gundams. I'm not clear either.
I'm just gonna Google it real quick just to find out.
But so as I understand it, basically,
no, I'm an idiot. It's the one.
Okay. The background of what's going on here. So our main character, little girl, her mom is the pilot. Her dad is the one who secured the funding for this project, but he got it from the military. And so they have to build a military machine that can conceivably be used as a weapon, even though for them that's just like the front door to their backdoor project of trying to make gun technology better. But the military is like, hey, we don't like funding your little gay passion project that doesn't have anything to do with killing people. These machines are to kill people. And what's worse is,
it kills the person using it, too.
Yeah, it actually hurts yourself to use it. That is totally against the entire theory of weaponry. I thought this...
Which, honestly, I think weapons might be a little more effective if you had to deal with the fact that it was going to kill you, too. I don't know, just in terms of, like, weapons aren't great. They're cool. I don't know, I like shooting guns. But I might consider shooting a gun if the gun, like, shot a little bit back at me every now and then, too, which is kind of how this is describing Gundams.
I thought it was intriguing that the bad guy, or, the military guy, his statement is literally like, hey, weapons should only kill people, and it's really fucked up that your weapons hurt the user. First of all, like, the user is the one deciding to be in the thing and the threshold to which they're hurting themselves. So, like, and also, like, can the technology even work without that? Does its ability to kill get enhanced to, like, an astronomical degree? It's just, he has such a odd contention with the technology that it kind of made me laugh when he first said, like, weapons are meant to just kill people. And I was just like, okay, like, somebody could surely debate with this guy.
Food is meant to be eaten.
But, like, I think the point is more so to suggest that he's just, like, coming up with a justification for why he's going to take over this project.
Yeah.
And,
well, because he has a Gundam, or whatever, not him, but, like, a guy on his side has a Gundam-like machine. It's not killing him.
Yeah, that was also unclear to me. That's why I'm like, wait, are all of the Gundams guns or not? PA says, once someone holds in their hands a tool purely meant for killing, they gotta kill people with it. It's just a violent, crazy person, basically. So the military rather, they just show up right away and start murdering their way through this facility. They're just like, yeah, we're gonna take it by force. Fuck all of you. So they start killing everybody. The mom's got the little girl. She's like, it'll all be all right. Narrator,
and it's important. Right before the place got raided, the little girl tried to talk to the Gundam. The grandmother, the person that trained the little girl's mother, came out and was like, hey, and she explained a bunch of stuff about the Gundam to the little girl, and the little girl was like, I like Gundam, or something like that.
She talks to the Gundam and asks it if it likes cake and if it knows what a birthday is.
And then she starts telling it about her birthday cake, which was pretty cute. It was very adorable.
She's talking and bonding with her little sister. Long story short, her dad gets fucking killed by this cool Gundam.
Before that, it is revealed that little girl is able to get through the 33rd layer or whatever.
Yes, right.
So the Gundam can be piloted finally. And I've only ever seen, like, the first episode of Gundam, the original, and the first episode of Iron-Blooded Orphans, and this as well. This is a fucking badass Gundam. Like, this is probably my favorite Gundam so far that I've ever seen. One? Yeah, the one in this show. Just because of all the fucking weird, cool shit it can do with its shield.
Oh, you mean the pink one?
Pink one, yeah.
I meant this thing that's on screen.
Oh, that's it. You're right. That is a different Gundam. That guy's also cool, but it's not clear that that is a Gundam.
Yeah. But yeah, the pink one is fucking sick. It has extensive use of bits. I know some Gundam fans who really don't like bits because they're basically like psychically controlled new type weapons. I don't know how they're going to be handled in this show, but it looks fucking sick when all the bits come out and laser everything. It does seem a little bit bullshit that I don't know. It wasn't clear if the little girl had any intent or was piloting in any way.
I think the mom was piloting it.
Okay.
It's just that the little girl connected to it, and so it could
so
be
that
piloted.
allowed her to do it. Yeah, it was a little bit weird, but the scene has some drama, and the dad is like literally singing "Happy Birthday" as he gets murdered in his cockpit.
And then
she's just like
he doesn't get to
singing
finish.
along.
He doesn't get to finish the song, but the girl's so happy that he was doing it, so she goes, "Happy birthday to you!" At the end, man,
not realizing
depressing.
I'm glad they didn't make us deal with any of the consequences of that. Here's the other important thing that happened in this episode: dead lesbians. As I understand,
oh, you're right. Yeah, dead lesbians.
I have
do
been
happen
told
in
that
this.
The Witch of Mercury is mostly a show about watching lesbians get killed, which is sad. But I also want to see lesbians, so it's one of those real like double-edged swords. Like on the one hand, you get lesbians, on the other hand, they all die. But in this episode, there is just like a cool chick who gets killed, and the other girl is like, "No, that was my cool chick," and then she gets killed, and her last word is the other girl's name, and it's like, I think there might have been something going on there. Too bad they died. All right, well, Keksi, do you have any parting thoughts on The Witch from Mercury?
I'm just really happy that they're mainly using 2D to animate the mechs because they just look so good.
Yeah.
I have to assume that Sunrise has poached every single animator that is even capable of drawing
yeah.
this shit.
Like, as someone, I've tried drawing my fair share of like Ava mechs, and just drawing a still frame of one is fucking horrible. God forbid drawing like a full animated fight scene of it. It's insane.
The Eureka 7 director had said of the new movies, which all use CGI, like, yeah, we used to have animators who could draw robot fights in 2D. We don't anymore. Like,
yeah.
And I'm just like, they're all at Sunrise.
After the original run.
I honestly forgot that Eureka 7 is about giant robots fighting and not just about shitting on the main character constantly.
Just bullying Rented for 50 episodes. All right. Let's move on from this. Oh, right, we have a super chat from MN&M with 15 shekel. Just woke up, so I'm going to start the live stream from the start. Smooches to Keksi.
Now, that is a real fan. Like, A, is going to give us the watch hours. B, also paid us money.
MN&M is definitely a real fan.
And C, shout out to Keksi, or Smooches to Keksi.
All right.
I love MN&M. He's great. I said too many N's there. Whoops.
I don't actually know the gender.
Oh, yeah, I guess. Whoops, my bad. Them.
Mushoku Tensei.
Oh, boy.
It's back.
So, Trixie had, I kind of hated this show when I first watched it. And this
too.
This was like 2 years ago. I watched probably
it was
4
more
episodes.
Than that. It was for Can-Tan.
Oh, so 3 years ago?
Yeah.
So it was like 3 years ago I watched the first 4 episodes and was just kind of annoyed by it. Before we did this, before we watched the first episode of the new season, I rewatched all of it. And nowhere near as bad as I was acting like it was. It's pretty fun. It's great in a lot of ways. I think a lot of what I had trouble with at the time was just the weird sexual bullshit.
Yeah.
Which, at times it's fine. And it's like, he totally would be going through this as a 6-year-old or whatever. And then at other times it's like, oh my god, I'm a 33-year-old in a 7-year-old's body and I get to fucking... Yeah. And that's the bit that kind of freaks me out. I had seen Keksi talking about in the Discord about this earlier, just like how cool the actual world he gets transported into is. Yeah. And I completely agree with that. It's a really fun world. I like all the concepts they're working with. It's just, I don't really like Rudius that much. Yeah. I mean, he's gotten better. I just want him to continue to get better. I don't know. I'd like to.
Yeah.
Like my problem with this episode of this show is we don't see Rudius at all.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this episode was not it. This was not it, dude. I mean, I get this was like a episode 0 thing, but I just did not care about anybody in this episode whatsoever. And this is coming from somebody who really liked the first, I guess season. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I like Shilfi. She's fine, but I didn't really need to know what happened to her for 20 minutes.
The problem here is, there wasn't enough content for an entire episode. It's repetitive and redundant.
It felt really stilted animation-wise too, which
Yeah.
I don't remember if the first part was like that. If the first season was, I knew it had like some. The thing with the show is it's really weird how it's animated. It's either it looks really jank or it looks like fucking awesome, and there's like never really a middle ground with it. But I do love like the hand-drawn backgrounds and stuff. That's always nice.
This show, like Bird, when it first started, I had really hated it.
I think when you were watching it for content, like the first 4 episodes were when we were watching them was just me and you yelling at each other about how bad the show was.
We were sort of talking over it, and maybe after a couple episodes, I might have sped it up to like 4 times in order to get through it.
Well, and actually, so for the episodes I remembered, which are a fair amount of the first season, I did watch it 4 times, and this is something I will give credit to Mushoku Tensei for, aside from it's good. It's not that different at 4 times speed, because the characters don't they're not constantly rattling off information at you like, let's say, Oshinoko. Right. Like, you don't need to be paying attention to every single frame of it.
Wait, are you giving credit to the show that it is so fucking slow that you can watch it 4 times sped up and still enjoy it?
Yeah. Well, no.
I consider that an insult.
Well, I don't. No. Because I don't think it's bad at 1 time speed either. Yeah. It is very well paced. I'm just saying they're not like trying to front load it with so much goddamn information and text, and dialogue that you couldn't watch it at 4 times speed.
I will say personally, I think this show is easier to enjoy at 2 times speed.
Yeah.
Because it is not that interesting, but sometimes cool shit happens, and I have a whole long ass video about the first 2 seasons about how I came around to enjoying them, and like you, I was creeped out by a lot of the sexual stuff at first. But I see the main theme of all that being sexual rehabilitation. Yeah. The point is that this guy doesn't know how he's supposed to act and gradually kind of learns. And he's still like a pervert and a weirdo in certain ways, but he, like, the way that he was that was problematic is gradually kind of phased out of him. And him being reborn as a child was to give him the space to be able to do all that without it being a creepy 33-year-old, doing all this stuff that he thinks he should be, but by growing up all over again realizes was all just that he just doesn't understand how to be a human,
I'm really curious. I hadn't thought about this until just now. And a lot of it's because of Kamikatsu, honestly, is who put him there? Man God exists. Man God's a character. Is Man God just ultra powerful in the real world because there aren't dragons and beasts and demons and all that bullshit? Did Man God just go, this guy deserves a second chance in a better world where a dragon's trying to kill me? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm less interested in the setting and that kind of stuff than I am in the fact that once he finally meets Ruijerd and people start getting cut in half, the show just asks much more interesting questions after that point. And there's a sense of threat and escalation and wondering where this is going and how the characters are going to live happy lives again when they've lost so much. But yeah, this episode doesn't really deal with much of that. Sylphie, hey, what happened to her after the big cataclysm? She fell
from
into
the
a
sky.
Pool. Her hair went white for some fucking reason I don't think was ever explained.
Did they ever explain? I was so confused.
No, it just kind of happens.
I remember like we had seen, maybe it was the next episode preview of the last episode or
No,
something.
no. It was the last episode of the second season. You just cut to Shilfi real quick, and she has white hair.
Yeah, we were just like, wait a minute, was that Sylphie? Why did she... And like, I was thinking, oh, she's dyeing her hair to hide, like Ruijerd did. No, it just turns white in some weird power explosion that she uses before she hits the ground.
It's kind of implied that Shilfi, like, has some weird powers because everyone thinks... but that it's not explained, so who cares?
So her hair turned white, and, like, the main issue with this episode is that...
Rudius isn't in it.
Well, sure. It's that the main character of this episode, more or less, is this princess who is just the most banal, generic idea of like a fantasy anime princess.
You had said after
possible.
we finished this episode, like, wow, I didn't expect to be watching an episode of Violet Evergarden.
Yeah, it felt a little bit like that, but that show's way the fuck better than this. And, well, mostly because it's like, it's like... it's chattery. It's just like a bunch of dialogue between people in like a courtroom setting about whether or not she could become the queen. Like, basically, she's got a bunch of older siblings who are already doing important shit, so she feels pretty much pointless. All the scenes of her expressing this or hanging out with people are just really boring, and again, it's repetitive. Sylphie just sort of lands in her yard, and they're like, hey, we'll make you a bodyguard, and like we'll protect your identity by pretending you're a boy. And alright, I guess I should go through.
Man, I don't know. I actually don't have that much to say about
hair.
this episode because there's not that much that actually fucking happens.
Yeah, her and this guy,
nothing happens.
They become bodyguards to this princess. There's this whole courtroom scene where like all these people are speculating and stuff. Like, basically, she never talks because it would reveal that she's a woman. There's a part where she, like, falls.
I never talk.
She falls, and a guy, like, helps her up and is like, oh, you've got really slender, feminine hands. And she's like, oh, no. But then the other girl just starts, like, opera singing to distract everyone.
That guy's more perceptive than Rudius was.
That's true. Yeah, she gets like overwhelmed, I guess.
I mean, she's just kind of constantly being embarrassed initially by like not understanding how to live in palace life or whatever. Yeah. It becomes evident that the other bodyguard, her dad has some amount of political power. I'm sorry, his dad has some amount of political power, and is trying to help the princess that they are bodyguarding take over the kingdom.
Yeah.
For what? For why? Who knows? We didn't get that far.
There's these evil guys. He's evil because he's shaped like Humpty Dumpty, and he's feeling up a little girl throughout this whole scene.
Well, I'm pretty sure that's the assassin.
That is the assassin.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. So blonde guy is the brother who is destined for the throne or whatever. At one point, there's a scene where blonde guy goes up to the princess and says, "Well, you know, your mother was of royal birth and mine was just a lowly concubine." And it's like, if that was the case, why are you in line for the throne? What is that? Like, what? That's not how royalty works, damn it. So anyway, bald guy basically goes, hey, go kill the princess, without saying as much.
Yeah, okay, enough of that boring plot shit. Let's talk about the only good scene in this episode. It's where the princess threatens to rape Sylvie. She's like, she says, hey, since you've been
you've been having nightmares. Come sleep in bed with me.
Come sleep with me. And
the other
Sylvie's
bodyguard.
Like, uh-oh.
And the other bodyguard goes, take your reward.
Yeah.
What a dork.
So Sylvie's like terrified that this princess is about to fuck her, and she's like, well, I am aroused.
But I wouldn't. Well, do that.
She goes so far as to shove her over on the bed and be like, I'm gonna do it, and then she's like, I'm not gonna do it. I want to do it, but you don't seem into it. But then they're like cuddling and talking about their dreams. I don't know. It's cute. Skinship, girls in pajamas. Woo, lesbians. All right.
So basically, the princess realizes she doesn't have any power and probably won't for quite a while, so she releases Shilfi, and then Shilfi goes, no, I'm gonna stay with you and be your bodyguard, and then the episode ends.
You know what this actually feels like is ReZero. 'Cause they talked a lot about nothing. Nothing happened, and in the end, the character goes, I'll just work for you, as your slave." And there we go. That was a whole fucking episode of Mushoku Tensei.
Woohoo! I sure hope the rest of it's good.
I guess I skipped the fight with the assassin.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter.
There's some okay animation.
Sophie uses a lot of air magic. That's...
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, and I think it was Amy and Worrell in the chat who said that it's going to be a lot better after this. I hope that's true.
I mean, this was like an episode 0 that is like not even considered a part of the show by my anime list.
Well, wasn't wasn't the Witch from Mercury prologue,
Yeah.
wasn't that an episode 0? That was good. That was really
a great
fucking
episode
good.
0. But I'm just saying, like, this show, this is the second... If you look at the whole show in context, right, this is the second interstitial episode after that stupid fucking goblin thing with,
Oh, yeah.
what's her name?
Eris and Lance Grimoire or
I just
whatever.
don't think any of this show's side stories needed to be entire episodes. Those could have both been half of the same episode, and it probably would have been fine. But it was just way too much. All right, Keksi, you haven't seen Jujutsu Kaisen. Do you want to take this opportunity to advertise yourself and then bow out?
Yeah, I guess so. What's up? I'm Keksi. Thanks for watching. It was nice being here. Nice talking to all of you.
I'm glad we had you.
I mean,
It's been a lot of fun.
subscribe to Keksi on YouTube. You know, all that stuff.
Oh my
nice seeing you.
god.
Watch the Neko Arc video. Watch the Squid Girl video.
I watched my video from like 2.5 years ago.
I have been meaning the whole time to fucking fit a squid pun in here somewhere, and I
Are you
completely
squidding me?
Well,
You
that's not
you
no
squidding for God?
a well played. Okay, very good. Okay, we did it. We got our one squid pun out of the way.
We got it.
Keksi, well, if you're ever interested, we'll have you as a guest again. In the future, I want to have guests just come in for like whatever shows they want to talk about. So if you're just like,
sure.
I have to talk about this episode of Monster or whatever, then like, jump in.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it was really nice talking to all of you.
All right, well,
We gotta talk
Keksi,
about
I mean,
Jujutsu Kaisen.
as much as we'd like to have you on again, your girlfriend is going to murder you now, so rest in peace. I'm glad this is the last thing you could do in your mortal
Good
coil.
life. Thank you. Good night, guys. Good night.
Goodbye.
All right, now we got to talk about the last show.
Jujutsu Kaisen. So here's the thing. I was totally gonna watch the whole first season of this.
You watched like half the first season. And
Yeah.
then we had to drive across the country.
And I thought that was gonna be way more important than it was. It turns out, this is a prequel.
Yeah.
Which I'm totally cool with, because Gojo, way cooler than anyone we've dealt with in Jujutsu Kaisen Season 1, to my knowledge.
And, so I've heard that this season is covering what somebody called the best part of the manga.
Cool.
I don't know how we got here. Why is it suddenly a backstory?
Because Gojo's cool. Gojo's the most popular
I'm just
character.
wondering, because the movie was called Jujutsu Kaisen 0. So is that also a backstory?
I don't know.
Are they all prequels? I don't know. All I know is I was able to watch this whole episode not having seen the second half of the first season either, and it was actually pretty enjoyable. I didn't have any real problems with this.
Yeah. And I feel like I still understand pretty much what's going on. So it starts off with, I believe it's the main bad guy in Jujutsu Kaisen Season 1. I don't remember his name. It's like Gento or something like that. But my understanding is he was in the same class as Gojo, and they're equally powerful but in different ways. And we get to see this guy exercise and consume some souls, and then he monologues.
I love this line.
about
He
it.
says, "It's like swallowing a dirty rag that's been used to clean up shit and vomit." And then immediately after he says that, we see him gulp one down, like with a big frown on his face. It's just like, ugh.
I mean, it's very
It's a good
reminiscent
moment.
of Soul Eater.
Yeah, it was a very Soul Eater type soul eating.
All right.
I'm going to go pee.
Oh.
You just keep talking. Do you need to go to the next screen cap?
Yeah, probably. Sorry, I almost fell asleep. No, I can do it from here. So next screen cap. What the fuck is happening? Oh, right. This was actually a really cool part of the episode. I'm not exactly sure what is happening here, but it kind of just cuts back to like it's like animation, but with a filter I have only ever seen in like home videos from the 90s. That was really cool. I enjoyed that. I think they're just talking about like a bunch of curses or cursed spirits coming out and being bad guys and not.
They're talking about how that family died.
Oh, they talk about how the family died. Okay. Also, Beijing Bikini Kill says movie was a prequel to the first season. Second season is a sequel to the film. Will JJK keep going backwards? I mean, I don't know. It's probably gonna snap back. Wait, it's okay.
Yeah, no, this scene looked like nothing I've ever seen before. So we had a comment on the I think the last episode of the podcast, where somebody was really upset that we liked Hell's Paradise so much, but not Jujutsu Kaisen, because he was like,
I can't believe you guys like Chainsaw Man so much and not Jujutsu Kaisen.
it was his argument was because they're all made by Studio Mappa.
Oh wow, I hadn't even thought about that. I was just like trying to be shitty and like rude.
All three of those shows are made by Mappa, and his argument was basically, I don't understand how you could like Hell's Paradise more when the production values are lesser than Jujutsu Kaisen, and it's
not about
basically
production
the same
value.
thing.
It's not
the same thing.
Like Jujutsu Kaisen is literally Chainsaw Man from what I've seen of it.
I mean, so I'll tell you what makes each of those shows special. What makes Hell's Paradise special is the structure of the story and the personalities of the characters. The way that the story plays out is constantly exciting and constantly keeps you on your toes, and everything has like a clear, thought out logic behind it. In the case of Chainsaw Man, it's fucking artsy and weird. It's pretending to be normal enough that you like can relate it to other battle shonen, but mostly it's just like the weirdest characters having the weirdest conversations in between crazy fights.
Whereas with Jujutsu Kaisen, it is still kind of that, but it's a lot more lighthearted and fun.
I would describe Jujutsu Kaisen as like weirdly hyper normal to me.
Well, actually, I think the way I had described it to you on the drive last night was like Chainsaw Man is so like out of reality. Like the character of Denji, I'm sure does exist somewhere, but like the specific circumstances he is in could not exist to create that kind of person, I don't think.
Yeah.
Whereas like I don't remember Itadori, I don't know, the main Sukuna's vessel. He's just like a dude. He's just like a regular guy who wants to make his grandfather proud.
Yeah.
And everyone else is pretty fucking normal in the show too.
My theory on this show is basically that it's so popular because it is so pure that like in the world of shonen manga, there's usually some kind of like core theme that drives everything regardless of how far it gets from that. Like Naruto. The point of Naruto
is to empower short men.
Yes, ultimately, but like it's that he's this shrimpy outsider who was bullied his whole life, who wants to become the leader so that he can prove to everybody that he's worth something. And while the show doesn't really deal with that every single second of it going on, it is always the point. In Jujutsu Kaisen, it feels like the point is cool dudes fighting. Like, the point is that you get to see some cool dudes fight. It's closer to JoJo in that way, but JoJo is so rigid with its structure, where it's like every single chapter is like introduce stand user. What do they do? How do we beat them? You know? In this show, it's just way more laid back, and that's what makes it feels a lot like Bleach. Aside from the fact that the character designs have a similar kind of like cool urban hip look to them, like it's the fact that Bleach always allowed its characters to just be normal and hang out when they weren't having like big epic fights. Jujutsu Kaisen does the same thing, but again, like in the case of Ichigo, like he was born with strawberry colored hair, so he's always kind of got like an antagonism towards, like, you know, people treat him like he's some kind of punk, and like
just like gingers in real life.
His parents run like an at-home medical thing. Like, there's just a lot of complicated little things in like Bleach or Naruto that Jujutsu Kaisen kind of takes all of the minutia out and just purely adapts like the aesthetic of those manga of like, okay, but what if instead of like cutting back, like instead of Naruto reminding us how he has to be a Hokage one day, like
what
during
if we just
every
kept
fight,
getting reminded that this guy's grandpa wanted him to live a good life?
yeah, that's like the only thing. That's at least from what I remember watching like 15 episodes of season 1. He would bring up the good life thing, and then it would just be cool dudes talking about what their powers do and then beating each other up. In this episode, I don't know if any character explains anything about themselves at all. We learn...
Well, because
like,
we know who all of these characters are already, because we saw the first season, in theory. Like...
What I mean by... So this is a prequel, right? Like, this is supposed to be the earliest point in all of their development. What is compelling any of these characters right now? Why do they do what they do? What are they about? We don't really get much of a sense of that.
Pretty much what we learn is Gojo's an asshole, the other guy's not an asshole, and everyone else thinks that they're both assholes.
And I need to be clear, this is not me complaining. Actually, I'm complimenting the show on this. That, like, it is so pure in its approach that there's nothing to get hung up on or like bored with or really roll your eyes at, because it's just having fun the whole episode. You know, like the opening scene with the dude swallowing the soul or whatever is the closest thing you have to like a moody or a sad moment in this episode, but it's still kind of funny and like still really interesting just conceptually of like, oh, what if you had to eat souls but it's really gross, you know? And you cut right from that to, like, when they're explaining... This is just an exposition dump about how there was a family that lived in this house and now they're dead and they're haunting it. But it's presented with this fucking crazy set of animations and filters to create the effect of what if anime characters in a 90s home video. And, again, I've never seen anything like it before. Do I think this was the best use of this super unique technique? Not really. It was kind of a weak scene to have given such a unique visual presentation to. But I sure didn't turn away from the screen while they were dumping that exposition. Anyway, moving along. We got these three badasses.
So I don't know who... We didn't know who white-haired woman was, but both of us were pretty much immediately like, Wood.
Mommy.
Hot. Yeah, Mommy.
I mean, first you see her tits, and you're like, wow, amazing tits. And then you see her face, and you're like, I'm actually in love.
This is Gojo's teacher, and I don't really know if either of these characters show up in the first season. I assume they have to.
I assumed that they didn't, because I ain't never seen no art of them before.
That's true. Maybe not. But
And
I think May
they're probably all dead by the time of the original show. I mean, somebody's got to die.
Could be true.
But
I think it's really cute that a white-haired girl's name is Mei Mei.
Mei Mei.
Now watch me whip. Now watch me Mei Mei.
So, this scene is kind of lengthy, and it's interesting to me because most of it is just them walking around a house. Nothing
It's
really
like-
happens.
It's just like that hotel episode of Chainsaw Man.
It's weirdly good at building tension. Actually, so I think it might be better than that in terms of the presentation, because with that arc, it's like they go into this hotel, they like discover a monster, they're all kind of talking over the rules of the thing, and like I think out of any arc in Chainsaw Man, that is the closest to being like a generic shonen arc of like, okay, there's a bad guy, there's a specific set of rules for like what it can do and how to beat it, and it ends in like a big moment of pop and the main character doing something crazy, and like there's a few fun twists and turns of like realizing Kobeni is losing her mind and all that shit. This is again very pure. Nothing is happening. they're just looking around a house for several minutes, but the art is so good. Every shot looks amazing, and so I'm like getting involved in the setting, and the way it's paced creates this tension where like the Shrine Maiden girl keeps opening doors expecting to find something spooky, but she doesn't, and so it's like 3 doors worth of, and then she
like
looks
4
up.
or 5
She thinks
even.
it's gonna be under the bed, and she slowly goes under the bed, and she shines light, but it's mice, and the mice come running out.
Which was really cute.
So again, nothing happens, but it feels substantial because of the way that it's directed, the way that it's animated, the fact that it manages to like create and disperse this tension. So yeah, it's almost an opposite feeling, and like it makes me think, oh, Chainsaw Man would have been better off to have something like this to lead into, because ultimately Chainsaw Man's story there is way better. Like how he ends up escaping the Eternity Demon is 1,000 times more memorable than what happens here. Basically, these two realize that they're in an endlessly looping hallway, and so Whitehair quizzes Miko on like, how would you escape this? And the conclusion they come to is,
If you run far enough, they won't be able to keep up its domain.
it's basically like I think she explained it that because there's like 6 objects that they keep seeing again and again, but they don't come up in exactly the same order each time. So basically, Miko theorizes that there's like 6 blocks of hallway that keep getting arranged where they're like picking one from the back and putting it in the front. And so if you ran fast enough, it wouldn't be able to load in. And Whitehair says, you're almost right, but actually if we ran in opposite directions, it'll definitely break. And the sequence of them doing this has one of the craziest background animations I've ever seen, of the entire like house just deforming and like, you know, trying to collapse on the Miko. And that is the whole scene. We just went through this is like 8 minutes.
Yeah.
But it's really good.
And
Just entertaining in a very
and then
natural
the
way.
building explodes.
Yeah, the building falls to pieces, and the rest of their gang shows up.
The cursed spirit pops up, and I think it's God, I can't remember this guy's name.
Now that's the moment when the big monster eats the other big monster is extremely Chainsaw Man, and especially just like a moment where you're like, oh yeah, Mappa, you animated it the same way both times.
But then, Gojo and other guys show up and go, hey, you've been gone for 2 days. And Mei basically responds, oh, I was gone for 2 days? Cool. More billable hours.
Huh.
Also a very Suits thing.
I had totally missed that, but that's really funny. So, like, they were just in that hallway for 2 whole days? Like,
yeah.
Was it because of time dilation, or they really just walked for that long?
They didn't really explain it that well, except for occasionally Jujutsu curses can do that. Then Gojo and Gento, I want to say? Geto apparently is his name.
Ghetto?
No, it can't be Geto. Let me see.
These two are like such an obvious yaoi pairing. Maybe I've just become a total Fujoshi.
Yes, you have.
But like,
oh, it is Geto. Okay, sure.
I saw these two and I'm like, well, they're obviously gonna be fucking in the fan art. Like, I mean, look at these poses. Look at these dreamy boys. They've got the, what's it called? I don't know my troll romance quadrants, but
oh god, no, none of that.
one of them is when you want to hate fuck each other, and these two are putting down major hate fuck vibes. I think long hair is probably the bottom.
Okay, just to show you, that's what he looks like in the first season.
Oh, that dude, I do remember him.
But so anyway, they're playing basketball. Gojo's basically showing off and going, I'm cool. Why do we even need to hide this from people? Because they've been scolded for not putting up a veil to hide the building from real people. And Gojo's like, fuck real people. I don't care. And Geto's like, no, survival of the weakest. That's how society should be. We're trying to save everyone. That's why Jujutsu sorcery exists.
Sounds like he's the good guy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure
We'll
something's
see
going to
what
happen to
happens.
these two to make that flip. But then they get sent after this woman, or it's a girl who has the Jujutsu of immortality, but the thing is, like when she starts to die, her body just changes. Is how they explain it, kind of. I'm not entirely sure how it works or how that will manifest itself, or even if she's in the first season. But these two people with masks are coming after Geto and Gojo. So yeah, that's happening. The episode kind of ends with the fight not starting, which is cool. I'm excited to see what happens next episode. I don't know. This was fun. The animation was incredible. I mean, I don't know. Do you have another slide before I... Is this it?
This might be the last one. Yep.
Okay. So this episode was a lot of fun. I'm really glad I didn't have to watch all of Jujutsu Kaisen to...
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I mean, I was expecting to just be jumping into something I was going to have a bunch of shit explained to me and that I wasn't going to enjoy at all. But because I didn't have to have anything explained, and the show didn't try to bowl me over with a bunch of concepts or explanations. It was pretty much just fun, cool things happening with ridiculous animation for like the whole time. The characters look great. They animate well. Gojo just seems like he'll be fun to watch, particularly with the chemistry. The hate fuck chemistry is very strong. And I could easily watch those two guys continue to be that way for more episodes. Nobody else really stands out except for... I mean, Miko Girl is cute, but she mostly plays off of just how badass silver-haired girl seems. Want more of her. Apparently she was in the first... They were both in the first season, so...
hey, wow.
Yeah, this was better than I expected.
Would you believe it? We're really
tired. It's 5:30 in the morning.
And we get to sleep for a whole 5 hours.
Oh, God. Why do we have to be up so early?
Checkout is at 11.
Oh, no.
And then guess what else we get to do?
Drive 6 hours to Oregon
It's
tomorrow?
actually 7.
7 hours to
But before
Oregon
we do
tomorrow?
that, we get to go check out fossil beds.
Yeah, don't expect this episode to be edited right away. Thankfully, it's on the correct channel anyways. It might take
and
me
I
a
mean,
few days.
honestly, there's not a whole lot of editing that needs to be done. It's
no,
all gold.
it usually isn't that much editing, but yeah, this
Plus, if we don't edit it, we get more watch hours.
That's...
But it will be edited, just not
I guess
as
that would
quickly
be
as
true.
you may hope.
Well, again, it doesn't matter as much now. I was only begging people to wait for the edited version so that I could get the watch hours to this channel, but now the channel has monetization, so it's not a big deal anymore.
Amy Worrell asked, "Did you realize who the guy at the very ending is?" Yes, I did. He's the... I can't remember his fucking name. He's the guy who summons the dogs and the bird and the snake and the toads. He's from the first season. Megami, I want to say? I don't know. He's one of the main characters from the first season, I think. I don't know why he came up, but, yeah.
Parting thoughts, bonus episodes, again, Aizoken this month. Really looking forward to watching all these anime with all of you. Don't forget about the Discord if you're not in there already. It's in the About page. I am just really happy that anime is good. Like, I would not have been able to watch bad
was
anime.
Wrong. Sorry, it's
week.
Megami's dad.
Okay.
It's the guy who can summon all the things. It's his dad.
I think that's it. Good night, everybody.
Good night. Thank you all for showing up. Patreon.com/we-watch-anime backed by...
Shout out to Keksi.
Yeah, shout out to Keksi. Give us money.
Anime forever.
Anime forever, money forever.